live again. Shark Fighter on Twitch. Hey. Both versions of Okie Sooner. Hello, Corpy TV and Vic. Welcome, guys. I've got my whiskey tonight. Hope everybody's having a good holiday weekend if you celebrate. Spent a lot of time with family today. Hey, Korthal. And I'm spending more time with different family tomorrow. Will Minnie be joining us tonight? I believe so, yes. All right, so yesterday, we started design work on the new building. And we ran through, well, actually, before we even did that, we hooked up the very first actual truck in the save. The very first truck is up and running. And I actually want to go and I want to check on that first. Make sure that everything's going where it should go, all that fun stuff. So we're going to do that first before we get back to work on the new tower. And if you don't know, or if you're new around here, this is the tower that I'm trying to build. I haven't decided if I'm gonna put in these blocks or not, or a version of these blocks. We might not. And then, but really I'm focused on this twist. All right, and so we worked on design. We ran through a bunch of different ways of possibly doing that. And we settled in on one and we began the construction of it before we ran out of time last night. So we're going to continue that. But before, like I said, before we do that, and by the way, that's this right here. So we have the centerpiece in, and then it is modularly made with blueprints. I don't know why this keeps happening. This has happened the last 3 or 4 nights. Right as I log into Satisfactory, there's a big freeze like that, and it freaks me the F out. You know what we also need to do? I just noticed we really probably should do this, don't you think? I think we should. And then I'm gonna switch. You know, it doesn't take long. I don't know if I want to necessarily blueprint that. Maybe we should. Maybe we can. Maybe we'll try to blueprint this. I guess we could probably do that, because that looks way better than that. And then there's going to be a lighting component on the edges, on the twirling edges. So that will be put in after we build it. But we do have the center skeleton in place. And then in order to do this construction, I have it set up, no pun intended, to be able to very quickly build things with snapping, with blueprint snapping. So yeah, we'll work on that. There's our truck. Let's go check on our truck. She might have a role in tonight's activities. She was, where is he? Where is he? Gopher Soshi, you've been subscribed for 2 months. 2 months. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. Subscribe with Prime. Uber Troll, you're gonna have to explain. Gopher Zushi twice subbed. First. Oh, here he is. Got it. First time catching you live. Well, I'm glad you're here. This truck's having a bit of a problem. So I took the angle on this a little steep. We will probably reroute that truck at some point, but I think it's probably fine tonight for now. There goes all of our items flying up the central storage. So let's take a look. Let's see how things are going and make sure that there isn't any problems. In fact, we might want to head up the elevator on this side. Central storage on the left. Here we go. Yeah, I'll do these little checks the first few minutes of the stream while people get a chance to find us here. So my daughter, Minnie Kin, who I don't know if she's listening yet. I think she's planned on it. She helped me edit a YouTube short. I did the work, but she kind of did the design. And I posted that right before this live stream started. So if you get the chance, check out that YouTube short. It has got my daughter's touch. And if you can put it's called My Body is Ready, and it's talking about the power augmenter. So if you happen across that, check it out and put a little comment on there. You may be able to tell the parts that she added. My next of kin, Minikin. So we were talking today to some family members, actually my wife's mother, and she made that joke because I was like, well, you know, obviously she doesn't use her real name. She uses Minikin, and then she's like, she should be next of kin, and I was impressed. That was a good joke. My mother-in-law doesn't usually bring the fire like that. Should always be the intro. What do you mean the intro? Like when I start my stream? Oh, my next of kin, Minikin. When I say who she is. Yeah. Well, she's thinking of actually changing from Minikin to next of kin, which is pretty hilarious. Vic, the two of you did a good job together. Did you see that short? Where's our business here? There we go. So it should be this one. Yeah, okay. No concrete. Yeah, that's okay. We're lacking a little bit of rubber. And concrete's kind of going another place. Yeah. So if you had to guess, what were her two big additions to that short that we put up? Last night's VOD was the first for YouTube to push my recommendation. Saw you had hit a new live viewership record. I did. Guys, I hit over 1,000 live stream viewers on Twitch last night, on YouTube last night. Okay, this is full. So we have an enormous amount of iron plates, like stupid amounts of it. I want to make sure this is working. There's the iron plates. Okay, we're backed up. Cable, it looks like we're backed up as well. I'm stuck in the flooring. They were all asleep. I think a lot of them were asleep. For whatever reason, YouTube has decided that they are gonna ship Yeah, viewer's a viewer. Anybody who is watching another live stream or maybe a long form video, at a certain point, YouTube starts like their autoplays have been going to my live streams, which is awesome. And I get new people for sure, but I don't get the increase in likes or the increase of comments that scale that would make sense from the amount of people that were there. I think a lot of them may have been asleep, but you know what? I'll do it. It's all good. What is this? I'm keeping an eye on my counts there. Oh, okay, I know what that is. Okay. Let's check this. So these are good. We don't have any concrete going in, but that's fine. Is everybody else okay? Yeah, everybody, this is all good. Now, what I want to see is this backed up. Yes. This is just straight up backed up. Yeah, the wire is flowing. What about cable? Did cable get backed up? I don't see it. All right, so let's track this backwards, and we should be there. There goes the cable. Unfortunately, you don't run ads. Yeah. I mean, if I get somebody to pay, if I get somebody that I need to pay, I'll start running ads. Right now, it feels a little silly to run ads when I'm just gonna like. I mean, I don't know. I do want to buy another computer, you know, and reinvest. But I figure on YouTube, you know, it's probably best right now to focus on growth. You know, I mean, if for some reason if I start getting to the point where I'm really, we should get iron plates coming into here. There they come. Where, you know, I'm pulling, you know, big numbers every night, you know, regularly. You know, I'll run ads at some point, but right now, yeah, I'm fine. It's got to be over 30 hours. How many hours do you have on this playthrough? Got to be over 30 hours. Yeah, it's over 30 hours. Yeah. Okay. Are you? Is this like you betting $1 on The Price is Right? 466. Oh boy, it's your news. I don't want to put words in mouths, but Eye in the Sky and King got heated over a simple math problem. Maybe he'll expand. Might ignore me. No, Eye in the Sky was trying to explain something, but he was not doing it in a way that I understood. So I didn't say, you're wrong, I'm right. But I kept working because I didn't know what he was saying. Then he's like, well, I have to leave, but when I get back, he'll have realized I'm right. And then, of course, while he was gone, I finally decoded what he was saying. And he was right. I never said he was wrong. I just didn't understand it. And so then I got like I had to deal with his like victory prancing about, see, I was right, he was wrong. I'm like, oh my God. He's just trolling me. He's just very good at it. Damn Germans. Those Germans. And very good at trolling. Very good. We should be backed up here. We are. All right, so check this out. This should work. I'm gonna pull 100 iron plates, and there they flow. Now they're flowing. And the iron plates are filling up. As soon as they're filled, it stops. Working perfectly. And then if it backs up again, it will get dumped. Does he deserve an achievement for making me, you know? So, okay, let me ask you, is the term molding out, is that something that, you know, is it internet slang, or is that like a Twitch slang, or is that like a young person slang? Like when you like start raging, you're molding out? Because I was doing that, and I've told you guys before, I do have a tendency to do that. Molding, yeah. Raven's Promise. Yo, Ken, I haven't seen your first building light up. I missed it live. How was it? Which building? The Shard or the Pyramid? I was just checking on the truck route before we really get into today's work. That's an old term, molding, yeah. Well, apparently it's surging in use. Oki and I in the sky like to argue against the great kin. Oki Sooner did tick me off once. Yeah, the Shard. Yeah, and then... Here, let's do one more little side trip. One quick little side trip, and then we'll get to work. Raven's Promise thinks the Shard... And by the way, this is the building that we're working on next. Tonight. This is the building we're working on tonight. Raven's Promise likes the Shard, and I do too. But have you seen the Pyramid yet, Raven's Promise? I'm surprised we don't have mini kin here yet. I'm just drinking my... Let's go to the hypertube cannons. I'm just drinking my sugar-free Red Bull, and then we're gonna start in some whiskey. I'm drinking the same thing as last night. The Breckenridge rum cask finish that my cousin turned me on to while I was in Kansas. Was it Oki who was arguing about the throughput in the Senate building? Can't remember. Oki pissed me off once I was in Shapes 2. Oh, you've seen that. You've seen this. All right, just in case nobody else has seen it, we're gonna pop over to the Tyrell Corporation building. I saw your brother yesterday with the wrong pack on. Raven's Promise. Do I know you in real life? No, I saw you blunder. I'm sorry, I can't read. I haven't even started drinking yet. I thought you said, I saw your brother. I was like, how do you know who my brother is? Yeah, blunder. Yeah, no, this really turned out. I am very happy with this. It is very cool. Let's see, dude. Yeah, let's turn this on. We're gonna be running probably this mostly during the day. I like the way the lights render when you get close. That sounds a little dirty. Oh, Corthol. Yeah. We're gonna take it back. I like the way the lights render when you get close. That sounds like a line from like Sling Blade. Or Deliverance. I like the way your lights render. It's right up here. You look for the launcher blueprint? I can do that. How many concurrent users tonight? I don't know. Maybe we'll break the record. The official record last night for concurrent live stream viewers. That's my Steam. Where is my Discord? Oh, bear. And then where did I share it? I shared it with a private group. Check out Check out these stats, bros. Peak concurrence. This is YouTube alone last night, 1008. Average view duration. That is wild. YouTube loves this shit. That is wild. And what's even crazier? Do you guys know there's 2 requirements that you have to meet in order to get monetized by YouTube? And it's very difficult. It's not easy. 2 things: 1,000 subs. Yeah, this is live streaming. The average view duration of during the live stream. So there's 2 things that you have to do to get monetized on YouTube, and the vast majority of people that start YouTube channels can't even do that. That's how like grateful I am that you guys watch my content and you guys hang out, because I'm already in the 1/2 of 1%. The 2 requirements: 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours of watch time in 1 calendar year. Look how much watch time I got last night in last night's live stream. 4,000, almost 200 hours. Last night alone would have given me enough to get monetized in 1 live stream. That is so wild to me. So I appreciate everybody. You guys were here first. I don't know if I'm like actually popping off or if this is just a little temporary thing, but I'm gonna enjoy it while it lasts. And you know, I'm not gonna change my content or anything. Hopefully people just you know, they enjoy what I do. All right, let's switch over the hover pack and let's head back to the city. Bum 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 bum. All right. Shark Fighter construction. Honestly, you put out really high quality content and deserve it. Thank you. Okie, help me force Ken into singing when his stream hits 1,000 a night. No. If I stream, it will be, sorry, if I stream, if I sing, it will be, you know, when I'm feeling, maybe when I'm feeling, you know, spontaneous only. So I worked very hard to make all these things snap together so that we can build this quickly. I put a lot of work into design. Yes, the creator of Replicants. Hey, Sammy. I think this city and everything to do with it, it's definitely popping off. Yeah, maybe. And then we'll follow this back down. And then we'll do another line. Oh, I think Minikin was gonna review her essay. She has an essay due Monday. It's basically done, but I think she said that she was going to need to just do a review on it, and then I think she's gonna join us. Inskino. I saw you joined the Discord, Inskino. Raven's Promise. Also, you mentioned Shapes 2 earlier. I've dumped 32 hours into that recently. Also, whenever I play Satisfactory, I always use your modular bus system from your starter factory in the Star Wars one. Oh yeah. Well, I'm actually got a video that has been in the works for 6 months. It's like a 45-minute teaching video on how I build my modular factories. And they do include sort of my modified version of the vertical bus. But I'm glad that you have enjoyed that and have found that content helpful. And yeah, so I do want to talk about kind of some plans with my channel and some ideas that I'm just discussing. And then Minikin has graced us with her presence this evening on YouTube chat. Uh-oh. Okie Sooner is signing up my kid for some kind of shenanigans. Probably to mess with me, which makes me think that she is absolutely going to do it. Oh, like a masterclass? I've been watching your Tonto's Lullaby to sleep from time to time. Yeah, it's basically my masterclass on factory design. It's probably the last and only video I'm gonna put out on Satisfactory factory design. And I don't mean like this building like we're doing now. I mean like, you know, the design of the machines. That looks really cool, actually. A shenanigator? Is a shenanigator somebody who instigates shenanigans? Or is it a freshwater lizard, large lizard that eats at shenanigans? Shenanigator. They live in Florida. All right, we're gonna have to do this is gonna be irritating. We're just gonna have to follow them up. Have I considered Dyson Sphere program? Yeah, I played a little bit of it, and I think it's good. And there may be a day that I play that. I was gonna talk about future channel things. And the fact of the matter is that I'm going to begin transitioning from a single game creator into a variety streamer. Now, I think that that's a sliding scale. I don't plan on playing, I'm not gonna be like, you know, somebody like Real Civil Engineer that plays, you know, 7 different games in a week and then doesn't go back to them. I'm not gonna do that. but I'm gonna play more than one game. Many of the games that I'm gonna play are gonna be, you know, factory related. I think Dyson Sphere Program is a candidate. And really it's gonna be any other game that I want to play, right? That I find fun, or that I think I'll find fun. And kind of how I'm thinking of implementing this is that I think what I want to do is I've been basically streaming 5 or 6 days a week, and that is a little bit unsustainable for me in the long term. I can do that for a few weeks, but I'm thinking what works best for my schedule and allow me some time to rest is going to be something along the lines of Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I take Thursday off, and then I stream Friday, Saturday, and then I have Sunday, Monday off, and then Tuesday, Wednesday on, so on and so forth. We have to now drop back down to pick up our power. And what I'm thinking is definitely Wednesday, but maybe even Tuesday when I kind of get locked in. I was thinking Wild Card Wednesdays. And so that would allow me to, you know, play something that I have an itch for. A good example of that would be playing Schedule 1 right now. I think that would be very fun, but I realize that I've made a promise to my viewers, whether you know, implicit or not, that I'm going to be playing Satisfactory, and then we're going to be finishing this, you know. And so if I basically have baked into my schedule that Wednesdays and perhaps even Tuesdays are kind of different games, or they're wild card, or they're open, you know, if my main game is Ashes of Creation, let's say, then I have an option on those other days to play that or play something else. And I think that that's going to keep me excited and you know, make sure that I'm having fun, because if I'm, you know, we all know this, right? Like, if a streamer's not having fun, if they're going through the motions, then nobody's going to enjoy watching. And I'm not there by any means with Satisfactory at all. I'm very much enjoying myself, but I do feel a little restricted. I do feel like, oh man, I wish I could do these other things. And so I think I'm going to move towards a little bit better of a balance. Some of that also, you know, depends on editors. You know, if I get somebody to help me. You guys have probably noticed I've been putting out more videos this week, including you know, some cuts of the VOD, like shortened versions of the VOD, and some YouTube shorts. So, and I want to continue doing that. I think that that's very, very important for my channel. Eventually, I would love to have that be done by somebody else. But right now, I need to be the one doing that. So that's another reason for my kind of taking maybe a little bit more relaxed streaming schedule. And then the last reason, which you have, I see, alluded to, is that there was a big announcement in Ashes of Creation, and this is not a surprise. And if anybody wants to talk about this in more detail, I'm happy to, but I will kind of leave my thoughts on it. God, I am going to absolutely love seeing trucks all over the place. I love seeing that truck down there. But like I said, I'll share my thoughts if asked. But basically, it's not a surprise to me that there was a delay. I I know what's going on. I have followed. I'm not a developer by any means. I know very little about programming. I can kind of muddle my way through some really easy stuff in Excel. I can't even do like the Visual Basic stuff. I probably could. I just have never really done that enough to feel comfortable. Where's my piece? Is there a mistake? No, it's just visually very interesting. Man, there's some massive... What? See, oh, it's backwards. Okay, it's fine. I know what's going on. Anyway, I know enough to know that, and I followed a lot of MMO development in the past. It's not shocking to me in the least that we had a delay. The nice thing is having this delay puts a little bit less pressure on me because I was trying to finish this. I want to finish my playthrough before I switch to Ashes, but I also want to be playing Ashes when they reset the Alpha 2, when they do a wipe and everybody has to start over. And that was scheduled for early May. And now it has been changed to early August. So straight up we get, what, 3 months just added on to my schedule. That allows me a little bit of breathing room on this. Allows me to perhaps play some Schedule 1 and still make my goals with playing Ashes when everything resets. So that's all of this is kind of, you know, feeds into itself. Okay. Oh, I know your announcement for an MMO Ashes of Creation. Yeah. Sing us the song, You're the Puano Man. I don't think so. But Dyson Sphere, I would possibly play. I want to get back to the Crust. I really enjoyed that game, that kind of game. Shapes 2, amazing. It needs more content. But I want to replay it in hard mode. I think that would be really, really fun and really nice to do again. And so all of these options, and then Schedule 1, all of these things that would be in the potential, Wildcard Wednesdays slot. And I basically just leave that open to myself. Whatever I want to play, I play, and I don't I don't worry about, you know. I just play what I want to play. So yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm going with that. Let's see, big fan of the WCW. I don't know what that is, sorry. Your content is only the will of the creator. Yeah, but I do feel like I have a responsibility. Like, there's an implied promise. Right? It's not even implied. It's almost, it is explicit. I'm saying I'm gonna build a cyberpunk city. So if I'm gonna say I'm gonna build a cyberpunk city, I damn well better build a cyberpunk city in Satisfactory. You know what I mean? So many people have put their time in and they've watched and they've invested in me. And I think that it would not be a cool thing to be like, oh, well guys, you know, I was gonna build this cyberpunk city, but we only got like 4 buildings in and I'm getting bored. I'm gonna go play an MMO. Like that would be a dick punch, right? I don't want to do that. But you're right, of course it's a balance. And I'm still kind of looking for that balance. Yeah, no, but I mean, you know, there's like a hard mode at the beginning. You can choose like the advanced ones. MMOs are a tough one, and Ashes of Creation is kind of like big. They first announced in 2016. People forget that. I reckon when it releases, it will be a banger. Oh yeah, I think so too. And I think it really appeals to a certain MMO crowd. You know, the sandbox crowd. It's a certain kind of MMO that is more rare. There's a lot of WoW clones. There's a lot of theme park MMOs. This type of sandboxiness is a much more rare experience, and I am looking for I don't know if I've played a sandbox MMO that was not pay to win in some form. And a sandbox MMO with good PvP, good crafting, that is not pay to win. I may play this game for years, guys, and you know, if you don't know, that MMOs are what I do. They are my jam. I love them. The vast majority of my playtime on a PC has been MMOs my entire life. From Star Wars Galaxies that came out when I was 20, I think, to... Ooh, did I do a miss? Ooh, I did miss. Which one is out of touch? That one. So, I've mentioned this. The fact of the matter is, I am playing that game. So we really have two choices. Do I do it on the channel, or do I let my channel die? And I don't want to let my channel die, so we are playing that game on as part of my channel. Those are the two choices. I am playing that. Let's see. So it's nice that you can create bespoke factories for blueprint shapes. Yeah, they can play hard mode and incorporate multipliers like those. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Yeah, because some of those I had barely designed the shape factory and they were done. You know, I was like, oh, well, that seems a little bit like not rewarding, you know? But when I played Shapes 2, I played it a lot, relatively speaking, a long time ago, and I'm sure a lot of changes have happened since then. Let's take a look at our DNA spiral from a distance here. Star Wars The Old Republic, yeah. Now, Star Wars The Old Republic was a bit theme parky, so that was more similar to WoW, which is fun, but it's just not my favorite kind. Oh, Wildcard Wednesday. I'm sorry, WCW. Of the Wildcard Wednesday, gotcha. Okay, Sooner Mini Kid, this stream is in your hands. I'm falling asleep fast. Hold strong, the melody will flow. I give you my strength. I have faith in you. You guys, look at what it looks like. Here, let me shed some light on the situation. All right, let me catch up on chat, and I'm gonna pour a little whiskey. Your perfect curves from huge blueprints is a game changer for me. Well made. Joseph Tesla, that method has been patched out of the game as of a few months ago. So I am trying to, because if I could use that huge blueprints trick, this factory would probably already be built. It would be much simpler for me to do this sort of spiraling with that trick. Let's look, and yeah, it was very theme parky. Oh my god, that is so dope. Yeah, I think so. All the spiky parts look like different genes. Yeah, my that's Minikin. My daughter is in honors biology, and she's going to be taking AP biology next year. So she's got DNA on the brain. This is gonna go hard. Single malt or blended. All right, well, let's pour this whiskey here. I'm just taking a small break. I'm finishing my Red Bull. We're gonna pour a little whiskey. And then we've got Schemy over on Twitch. Seems to me you have a choice at this juncture. Accept your misdeed and accept your fate, or seek redemption and rebirth. In the themes and traditions of Easter, there's a path for you only if you choose to take it. In order to receive your redeeming, you will have to go on a quest and complete a few tasks. Being redeemed for what? Yeah, Pulsar. My daughter agrees with you. It looks like DNA. So is this building dedicated to her? Well, so DNA would be a double helix. I think this is only a single helix. So let me bring up the picture of the whiskey I'm drinking. I think somebody's mad that a doggo died under my watch. So I'm bringing the drinking the Breckenridge rum cask finish, and I don't believe it's blended, but I don't. Oh, it is blended bourbon whiskey finished in rum barrels with natural flavors added. So there you go. That's this part right there. Yeah, blended bourbon whiskey finished in rum barrels with natural flavors added. So there you go. And this is my glass. Although tonight I don't have this guy. I have Jabba the Hutt, which may be more. Oh, doggo side. Yeah, maybe. It looks like two DNA together. Yeah, whiskey. Oh shit! Here we go again. All right, we're popping the cork here. Here we go. I don't know if you heard that one. Okay. If anybody is participating, let me know. Yeah, this is the first blended I think I've ever bought, and it's only because my cousin showed it to me. I like single malts more myself, and I just drink it neat because I'm not a child. A child shouldn't be drinking whiskey. Okay. I've heard of the little dash of water. I have not done that myself. You did hear the cork? Nice. Okay, so Minikin just says, yeah, guys, if I start editing his videos, I'm going to make a short about the doggo's justice. Minikin and I had a conversation today. Also, I'm going to try not to make those go the wrong direction. About her being my editor. And we're not 100% sure how it's going to work. She doesn't have a lot of time, but she does have time over the summer. And summer, it is a coming. She definitely is very good at picking out what content should be a short. She has to learn how to work the program, and so that she can learn how to do what she is, trying to do. But I think that edited content from her will be very hilarious, especially since she can basically, provide editor notes. Minikin, you're participating? Minikin, you're drinking? Yeah? I don't think you should be telling your father this. When I asked if anybody else was participating this Saturday night, enjoying some an alcoholic beverage, I did not imagine that my 14-year-old would admit to it. That's where my expensive whiskey's been going. It opens up some flavors of some single malts. That's good to know. An even better pop. Oh, you have to drink it neat? Yeah, that's all I do. And like I said, I would never have bought this whiskey except my cousin recommended it to me. And I had some while I was in Kansas. It runs in the family. No, I only started drinking whiskey because it makes me feel, you know, like I'm sophisticated. Sorry to hear you went through that, Ken. What did I go through? Finding out my daughter might be, no, there's no way she would. I'm absolutely, oh yeah, it's very nice. Oh, I haven't even taken a sip tonight. Hold on. Yes, it is very nice. This is what I was drinking last night. It lets him lie to himself. I am absolutely going to be one of those fathers with at least some of my daughters that will be like, not my daughter. My child would never do such a thing. So you have to make sure that you never, you know, disabuse me of that. All right, Minikin. Like, I don't care what you do. Just don't get caught. Like, if you get caught doing something, that means you shouldn't have been doing it. Hey, Ray. Like, that means I can't trust you to do it. Like, if you're gonna speed, I don't care if you speed. Don't get pulled over. Uh-oh. Guys, we're out of steel beams. Not good. Not good. We need to take a field trip. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. We need to increase. Do we have any Mercer spheres? No. We're gonna steal some. I know where we're gonna steal one from at least. We need to increase the flow. The flow of steel. Yeah, we're out of beams. Oh, sorry that you went through Kansas, I mean. My mother's family's from there. I actually like the Midwest. They have huge houses on cheap land. I don't know if I want to live there in either the summer or the winter. But I mean, other than that, I think I took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. Let me head back here. Time for a new steel factory. I'm trying to build a steel factory. Oh my God. Let me in the hole. Where's the hole? Yeah, I meant to go in here. I just need to increase the upload speed. I think that's the real problem. And then I'll steal all of them. I'll steal them. By the way, my daughter hates puns. Uh-oh, going too fast, going too far. That is a really dangerous launcher. Ooh, Billy, early in this playthrough you mentioned nuclear being in the pyramid. You still on nuclear but somewhere else? No, I think that I did the math on the size of rocket fuel factory that I plan on building, and I do not think that nuclear will be necessary. And I have a really hard time doing something that I don't need. You know what I mean? All right, we do not need this anymore. We also don't need this. I mean, we don't need the 3 over here either. It lets him light himself. Yeah, yeah, she said I'm joking about the participating, not the lying. Oh, I definitely do. I definitely lie to myself. Yeah, like I said, just don't get caught. It can't have been that, it can't be that bad. Don't do something where getting caught doing it, where you can't handle the consequences of getting caught doing it. Like when I had no money in the bank, like when I had negative money in the bank, guess how much guess how much speeding I did? None. I did none speeding. This is going to be a problem. Right? All right. Ooh, is that a slow? Well, it's a Mark IV, which shouldn't matter. Let's see if we can do anything to increase our steel production a bit. Speeding helps you get off the road from idiots. Well, I used to ride a motorcycle, so and that is why you speed when you ride a motorcycle. You get away from the idiots. I wish if you stack storage containers, you could program them in game like a screen could push up automatically, allowing you to stack containers count as one. Yeah, what's the hold up here? Oh my lordy. To be fair, I haven't touched this in a long time. Yeah, that is exactly why the Wayland Pyramid turned into a resource hub instead of nuclear. 100%. Because I knew I didn't really need... We're sinking. How are we sinking this? I knew I wouldn't need the nuclear, but I still wanted to do that. Yoink. All your steel belong to us. Let's check. Is there anything else we're gonna run out of? Shouldn't have even run out of the steel. I'm not using that much. All right, I think we're good now. Okay. Our salvation will be in 3 tasks. 1, perform a ritual of rebirth in a sacred place that you have already built. I built a monument to the deceased doggo in the sacred place. friend a doggo at the scene of the crime. Once you have completed these 3 tasks, only then will you be free of the tremendous weight of guilt that you drag around with you like chains dragging you. So a doggo may have died under my care, and apparently my viewership is having a revolt as a result of it. Fine. I'll go build a tombstone for Clifford the Big Red Doggo. And we'll go train Clifford the regular sized doggo the second. Minikin says, I'm sitting with Tress, our cat, and I've decided that she should become an emoji for when you think something is annoying. That way we can get our feelings across when Kin makes a pun. Are you going to design an emoji for the channel, Minikin? Sounds like we're getting a new emoji of our cat. That will be an annoying face. All right, do we remember exactly where Clifford the regular sized doggo, you think Minikin should minister the ritual? I'm pretty sure Clifford the regular sized doggo passed away right about here. His short little legs just couldn't take the force of being dropped from about right there. Let's see. What should we say? What should we say for Clifford? So I've decided to try and build my first aesthetic build and went with a circle. Kill me. Hey Nico, do you want me to show you how I build circles? I can do it very quickly. Some of you folks are concerned. Others of us think doggos go well with ketchup. You have to build the monument first in the sacred place. I think we're just getting a tombstone. Here dies. Here died. Here lies. Here dies. Here lies. The remains of Clifford. Clifford, we weren't looking for doggos with good taste. We were looking for doggos that taste good. What is going on? Something wrong with the sign. What is up with the lighting? My game like freaking out about the lights finally. I know, it didn't look too far down. It was a dog, not a cat. It's true. Here lies the remains of Clifford. I thought he was going to land on his feet. Here lies Clifford. He would have preferred if a guy named Construction didn't lead to his destruction. Also, imagine that a child, perhaps one of your younger daughters, see that you killed Clifford, their favorite cartoon dog. Yeah, I know he's not lying there. All right, I think this is good for now. Oh, you need to go say a prayer at the Snowman Ritual Circle. All right, should we replace Clifford really quickly? I have some berries with me. It's berries, right? Ah. Ow. All right, there's some doggos over here. It'll shut you people up. But I'm actually used a lot of these. Yeah, there's by the way, if you're a member, there is a doggo emoji. Clifford emoji. Call this one Clifford? Yeah. Flip cord. Is there a pun with cliff and falling? I was thinking like cliff. Here, first of all, I need to shed some light on the situation. Come here, buddy. I promise I won't kill you like your friend. I was gonna build a building today. Do you see what a slave to my viewership I am? There were some doggos over here. Oh, I see one. All right, let's clear the road. All right, what do we got? Run, the next he'll drop you. How about you're not supposed to profit? Oh, okay, sorry. Korthal. This is what Korthal put in the emojis. Look. Doggo equal hot dog. Clifford, the big red replacement. All right, come on. I will protect you from everything except for myself. John McClane. Hey, quit scratching your ear. Get over here. God, it's like trying to drive my family to Kansas. You have to stop and go to the bathroom every 25 minutes. Let's go. I'm right here, dummy. I'll show you how I build a circle. Yeah, and some materials Z fight substantially less than others. Who's gonna protect you from me if that doggo dies? I don't know, I'll just lock my door. Stop trying to drive your family to Kansas. Problem solved. Good point. Clear my line of fire! Clear my line of fire! Profit. The autosaves are amazingly quick. Yeah, especially if you watched especially if you watched my Star Wars playthrough. I need to keep my gun out in case there are bad guys here. Come on. I'm right here, dummy. I almost shot it. No, I didn't. I have very good gun control. Yeah, the Star Wars autosaves, you literally had to find something to do while we waited. I know. I had to do voting tournaments on like the best 90s movies and stuff because the damn autosaves took like 15 minutes. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at him bound. Dun, 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 dun. Gun control is hitting what you're aiming for. How do you know I was missing? 50 concurrent live stream viewers on YouTube and 26 on Twitch. I'm being forced by my community to atone for my sins for the accidental slaying of a doggo. I did not choose this. I want to be building this tower right here, which, by the way, looks freaking sick. But no. Sharkfighter, the first rule of Kansas is that what happens in Kansas, wait, nothing ever happens in Kansas. Please disregard. Yeah, it's true. True words never been spoken. He kept including movies with puppets in them. That's true. A lot of good movies from the 80s and 90s have puppets in them. Oh my God, you're not going to be able to get through that. Come on. Come on. You're locked in here with me. All right. All right. Here lies the remains of Clifford. That's not that far down. All right, have the viewers for the against the unethical treatment of doggos been satisfied? Poll created successful. Clifford will survive to the end. Clifford 2 will survive to the end of the stream. Will he get run over by a train? Perhaps. Prayer now? Where to go? Oh, I locked him in the tower. I locked him in the dungeon. I haven't seen Korthal. Later tonight, when the audience changes, we'll be discussing the art of using cookers for doggo roasting. Prayer at the ritual circle. All right, I'll say a few words. May Clifford, the regular-sized doggo, rest in pieces. And I'll pour out a little whiskey for him. Korthal says, so I dare you to put up a poll on whether we keep Clifford the second or make hot doggos. We're having a barbecue. Hot doggos tomorrow. That is a spicy chat. Okie Sooner News gifted 10 construction memberships. Desync Al, Danny Larson, Yodogani, Overdrive, Delvian, Andres Gavdal, Spanky McFunderton, Steve West, David Grapton, and Frank X. Thank you, Okie Sooner. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck between those two big ass snowmen. Okay. We have to get back to work. It is a spicy chat. My doggo conscience has been salved. Ogie coming in clutch. Yeah, Ogie Shooter, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. Rylas is a pretty city. I wonder if it's... I don't know how to say that. Deltu? I see it. I don't know how it's spoken. Now you have to put up the poll? All right, fine. All right, real quick. We're doing a poll. You guys are making me do things. Should thoughts on turning Clifford into smoked hot doggos? Yes. How about yes, no, how about yes and no? All right. Poll is up. I'm gonna end the... I'll let Killer Rain put the new poll over when that poll ends. Thoughts on turning Clifford II into smoked hot doggos? Yes, ketchup. No, you're a monster. You can end it. Manage poll. Oh, I see it. End poll. And then I'll do this. I'll do it. I think it's get you to... No, it's exclamation point. Get YT 30. Is this it? Got it. Make the votes public. Twitchy1 says Chinese food. Minikin is having an existential crisis. No, why is ketchup winning? You guys are distracting me from my construction shenanigans with other shenanigans. Gorothal says he will match Okie Sooner's gift if Clifford gets smoked. Okie Sooners ahead of the new organization. Vita. Viewers against the unethical treatment of aliens. Uh-oh. It is at a particular skyscraper. I am building... Thank you for a question not related to doggos. Finally, I am building this. This is the United Tower in Bahrain. Bach. Am I saying that right? This is what I'm trying to build. And it's going to be the steel heavy modular frames factory. And I'm doing it with a series of interlocking blueprints. While drinking some whiskey. and listening to my community complain. There was one doggo accident a few weeks ago, and everybody loses their minds. You know, I can kill pigs all day. You kill one doggo, and everybody loses their minds. People for the eating of tasty aliens, PETA. Oh, Ray's trying to count money. 27, 13, 8, 11, 42, 69, 420, 1330. I asked for a 13, but they drew a 31. Ray works as a manager for McDonald's, and while she closes up every night, she listens to the live stream on headphones, and she has to count the money. Am I placing windows? No, I'm placing the that's wrong. I'm placing the sides of the walls. Oh, I was going to ask Nico, if you would like, I would be happy to show you how I make large circles in this game. I'm happy to show you if you are looking for that. Oh my gosh. The votes on YouTube with 13 has 69% giggity eating smoked doggo. You people are sick. When they put up cooking Larry the Lobster. Oh, you made a circle? Decorating the outside that's painstakingly annoying. Usually what I do is I throw walls up on the outside to build off of, and then you can always, you know, delete the walls. Every time I complete a component of this, I'm gonna back out so we can see what it looks like. So I made a foundation circle, deleted everything but the outer ring, and then put a grid on the inside to build a factory. Nice, I've done that. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, how did you make the foundation circle? Did you use catwalks? I don't want to eat a doggo for dinner tomorrow. Don't worry, it'll be smoked. We gotta get rid of that gamey flavor. And you did the 5-degree rotation? Okay, good. I think that's a cleaner way of doing a circle. If you weren't aware of that, uh-oh. How long have I been doing these wrong? Okay, for a while. If you weren't aware of that method, I was going to show you. If anybody else doesn't know how to do large circles in Satisfactory, just let me know and I'll do a very quick tutorial. Oh, in ads. Ads are stupid. The boat keeps getting worse. Back. Yeah, if like I said, if you know how to do the circle, then I won't show it. But if anybody else wants to know, I know that the catwalk method is very popular, but personally I've always found the circle that you get out of the catwalk method to be a little bit janky. You have a beef jerky PETA shirt? People eating tasty animals? Yeah. Oh no, wrong way again. I like how it just randomly decides to flip it around. Everything's fine, and then it lulls me into a false sense of security. And then bam, actually this is wrong too. Like Emerald Lugosi, bam! You can break down the tutorial off a separate video later. Yeah, maybe a short. Circles are impossible for me. Would you like to learn? Would you like to know more? I have the ability to teach you how to do circles in Satisfactory. Would you like to know more? Are you doing your part? Let's get a little distance on this bad boy and take a look. 76 concurrent viewers. We are an hour and a half into the stream with 15 likes on the VOD / live stream. Yeah, Nico, you can absolutely post a picture on my Discord. I've been drinking too much whiskey and Red Bull. I'll be right back. Welcome back. I use your blueprint and still screw it up somehow. Well, why don't I run through how to do circles real quick? Because it's actually also how I did this spiral. But we'll go quick. Because I want to keep going on this this building. We gotta progress, baby. So big. Now, yeah, now it's a double helix. I did gimbal on do. I made it. My max was 1,008 live stream viewers yesterday. All right, so let me change this back to daytime. There's a question in chat on how I build my circles. The easiest way that I found to do circles or curves is to take your foundation, and we can go with a mark or a 2-meter foundation here, that's fine, and make sure to place it on another foundation. You can't just place it on the ground and get this to work. It has to be on top of another foundation. Then what I do is I hold control and rotate with my mouse wheel. That is a 5-degree rotation. If you go out, let me switch to, if you then go out and zoop, if you then go out and zoop 10, that starts to create the perimeter of your circle. Then I delete the 5 in the middle, hold control again, rotate again, and build 10. And you can see that this starts to create an almost exact perfect circle here. And so what I will then do is take a wall, and I think I want to say, you know, we come out 1, 2, 3, 4, something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we could do a little more maybe. And it's up to you, and different walls look better at different lengths from the center point, but eventually you can get a very, very large circle. You know, another option if you wanted to do, you know, full frame windows, you could push this out so that it's exactly at the distance, right? So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to say 7 might have been it. 10 foundations and 7 meters. Yeah, that's pretty close. So, and if you went all the way around, you could get a perfect circle extending all the way around. So that is how I do my circles and my curves. If I'm doing, you know, roads or trains, any kind of curvature that I want to have, I do some version of the rotation on top of another foundation. All right. Yeah, that's exactly how you did it. Nice. Okay, we are back to work. Unfortunate. The little gaps, so I ignore those. Are you talking about in the building that I'm building right now, or do you mean in the circle technique that I just showed? Yep, need to let Mini Ken turn that into a video on making circles in Satisfactory. That'll go well with hot doggos. This, using the regular hotkeys. This, I'm in blueprint mode and I'm lining the blueprints on the end of each other. Construction ASMR. There we go. Is that the new? Oh, that's not a new emoji, because you wouldn't have the ability to upload that. When you get your new emoji made, I will add it to Twitch, YouTube, and Discord. Okay, nice. That side is in. What a twist. Come on. Yeah, I don't know if I can get this done tonight. I'm certainly gonna try. Saphiricon, did I ever hear more from Coffee Stain regarding the Christmas competition? Yes. I heard more when I won 8th place. For the Fixmas competition, I built Nakatomi Plaza here. Very Christmassy. I needed to get a drink anyway. And I took 8th place. And I'm still drinking whiskey if anybody is hanging out with me. Oh. I actually do, I believe, have one more key to give away. So maybe I will do something if I hit 1,000 subs, not subs, but 1,000 live stream viewers again on YouTube tonight. Great news. Good news, everyone. Key for what? A key for a copy of Satisfactory. It was a Satisfactory contest, and the prize for 8th place was 3 CD keys, or I guess they're not CDs anymore, but you know what I'm saying. You know what you did. It's 7:55 a.m. over here, so at least another hour before whiskey time. It's whiskey time somewhere. There's our truck. He's so cute. All right, 1 second. My allergies are killing me. And let me know if you guys have any questions about what I'm doing it, why I'm doing it. Okay. All right, let's go again. Another one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you tried Baldur's Gate 3? No. I don't really do single player MMOs. I'm sorry, single player RPGs. Not the most fun game type for me. I start it, I get interested in it, and then I just stop. You know, I've probably started Skyrim 5 or 6 times. I did get through a lot of The Witcher 3. I did enjoy that, but it doesn't keep me coming back for more like a good PvP system does. And I don't mean like something like super try-hardy like a League. I just mean, you know, a reason to jump in and do some PvP. You know, as compared to, you know, MMOs, for instance. I'm not saying I would never do it, but it's not, you know, something that makes me weep at night that I haven't been able to do. Sushi Cat, Morning King, congrats on the 1K viewers yesterday. Don't forget the corner lights before you start with the big signage. Clicking. Double clicking like a pro. No, I've never played Baldur's Gate 3. I did watch some entertaining speedruns where the goal was to get to a certain cutscene where certain activities were being performed inside of a barn. Bro, I loved Guild Wars 2 as well. Did you play World v World? Have we had this discussion? Because I'm looking for somebody to beef with about an MMO that I played over 10 years ago. Like that's my goal. I'm looking for that. So if anybody played World v World in Guild Wars 2, and if I say the word seasons to you, you know, your heart goes all aflutter, then I want to chat with you and argue with you about who the best NA server was in World v World. And then when you say what server you are from, and if it's somebody that I don't like, then I ban you from my channel. That's the kind of interaction I'm looking for this evening. We're talking about other factory games. Have you heard of Microtopia? I don't think I've heard of that one. Ah, the whiskey is good. Oh my God, were you really? Mycito, don't tease me. Mycito, don't tease me, bro. You were a hardcore World v World player from Jade Quarry. You couldn't hack it during season 1. Shadowman, oh boy, let the ban hammering begin. You posted a picture of your drink on Discord. Let's take a quick looky. A looky see. Ooh. This is what Korthal is drinking. Playing some Ashes, watching me build a spiral. And what is that? Tequila, right? Yeah, product of Mexico, agave. Nice. And I like the setup you got. I also have a nice wood desk. You got fight videos? Oh shit. Mycito. Looks like that poll is ready to conclude. No, we gotta leave it up. We gotta leave it up so Minikin has an opportunity to win back her faith in humanity and not have to eat hot dogs. Shark Fighter Casa Oro. Was that a server? You control ants to work the machines. You build and create trails for them to walk. Okay, interesting. All right, Mycito, you ready, right? Do you know what server I was a main commander on? I would get a map every reset. One of the border group or borderlands. actually keeping the stream on the left monitor. Just put them in the same picture. Yeah, I figured. Only a crazy person would watch a stream like that in that setup. Also, dealing in the Discord, the music could demonetize your VOD. Yeah. Actually, YouTube has some really cool tools. I can cut the audio for the section of a VOD that is no longer. Dude, I do. Have I told you what my guild was, my Cito? I knew there was going to be somebody eventually. Oh, we're out of steel. We're out of the beams. Okay, I'm going to finish this line. And then we will... I do remember your guild. This is how fast we're going through steel beams. Oh, we have like 4 or 5 left. And then we'll let things refill. All right, let's get to where we can check out what this looks like. And then I'm gonna bring up a old Guild Wars 2 fight video because I have some as well, my Cito. I should be able to pull one up. It's coming together. Yeah, let's do some ambience here. We're stopping at every stage to see what it looks like from a distance. Oh my God. Can you, what are the chances that in one of your videos you fight me or my guild? I'd say they're actually probably very good. This was such a good game. When it was good, it was very good. Okay, that's not my guild. I played this game for 7 years. And I was, do you see the pink thing over that one player? We called those guys commanders or shot callers. I did that. I was the, we did it all in TeamSpeak. I PvP raid led. Is that you killing my guild? Oh, I don't think so. How embarrassing. Do you know which guild? I haven't told you yet. And what server? Do you remember me talking about this before? I'm burying the lead. All right, what guild is this? No. So season 2 happened in April 11 years ago. I know this because my daughter was born the night of one of the season 2s. You played for longer? Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. You were the main stability for the guild commander? Nice. Yeah, I was on Blackgate. I was the guild leader and the commander for Ikoa. Jump to some different fights here. I do remember fighting you guys. Each video is a different server. Week 1 and week 2. At least you weren't from SOR. Is there a Blackgate? I'd love to sit here. Well, I gotta get back to building, but oh my god, is that Ikoa? That might be. We usually play. I liked playing on Borderlands. I didn't usually do EB. We did it sometimes if we had to, but I liked Borderlands fights. I liked flipping Garrison. Wait, I heard of Ikoa? Yeah. Well, so we had a raid leader for a while that cheated, and so we had a really bad reputation early, but that guy left and I took over and I had to kind of like repair the reputation. I should have just started a new guild. I was dumb. I didn't know any different at the time. So like people from like way back in the day, they think that like we were all cheaters because something bad happened. But that guy left. You just made Kin's Day with Guild Wars 2 discussion? I did. If you were from Sanctum of Rawl, I would have instantly banned you. Bro, how many AoE spells are in the game? Yeah, all of them. All of the AoE spells are in the game. That game was about AoE spells for sure. Yeah, this looks sick for sure. All right, how are we gonna move forward here? No, that was not Minikin's birth. No. That was daughter number 3 that was born the night of seasons. My brother had to take over the tag from me. I really hope to do that kind of level of PvP in Ashes of Creation. All right, so what we need is... I love talking about that shit. I really do. I really enjoyed it. The game only had AoE spells. I mean, basically, well, the thing was, is in that game mode, there were some ways of playing the game that had non-AoE, but basically, you weren't allowed in that game mode unless you had AoE spells. We basically didn't let you play. All right, I think we need to do basically the same thing here. Let's turn on our, let's turn the sun back on. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. And I say... As a dual wield Char Warrior, second weapon, two-handed greatsword. So that's where the name Kin came from. I was gonna be Kincaid, but that was taken, and so I had to put a space. That was my first character, which was a thief, basically useless in World v World, and I didn't know that I was gonna love World v World when I created my thief. And so I then had to roll a new character. I rolled a Mesmer. I rolled an Asuran Mesmer so I could do portal drops. And then I rolled a Norn super tanky, and they were all kin based. So my Mesmer's name was Kinky. It was kinky, basically. Tiny little Mesmer Asuran. And I rolled a Norn Necro, a really tanky Necro for commanding, named Evil Knievel. These are trash in PvP, PvP in general. Yeah, they were especially trash in World v World. Okay, so we go tap, tap. Tap, tap. Right. Maybe it is. Tap, tap. No, it was kinky, and it was Evil Knievel. Oh, I gotta be careful here. Not the one I want. Yeah, that's a miss. That's a miss. I gotta do it from underneath. Yeah, Mesmer was fun. We did some, my guild did some of the most fun. Uh-oh. God, they've been wrong since back up here. We did a lot of crazy stuff. The other reason that I ran my Mesmer Commander is so that I could put down the veils. We did a thing where we blasted confusion fields or chaos fields. We blasted chaos fields for mass confusion as a guild. There's a lot of fun stuff. And by the way, Ashes of Creation has some of that same interconnection between abilities. You know, like if you would do, I'm sure you guys did, right? You know, blasted fire fields so that you gave everybody might before a fight. Blackgate was a top server for ages. We hated you guys. Yeah, we were not the best guild on Blackgate. Easily, we were not the best guild on Blackgate. I was not the best commander on Blackgate. I played the longest. I played some of the longest for sure. I held server commander training. So there was probably a couple years there where the majority of the commanders were trained by me. Because I did server-wide training on how to do it. I was labeled even by my own server as a not a fight. We were not a fight guild. We were a PPT guild, which just means that we fought for points. I loved flipping castles. I loved getting the win. That was, by the end, it was kind of like looked down upon because I didn't just go for fights. I mean, I would do fights, but I would do things like I would build siege, and that was kind of looked down on. But my theory was, it's in the game, it's part of the game. Why would I not, participate in part of the game? So I didn't care. I would build open field arrow carts. I gave no shits. I was like, I want wins, bags. Give me bags. I don't care how we get them. All right, now let's fly on the outside and clean up this edge. Yeah, the PPT. Yeah, correct. Kept Blackgate at the top. Yep. That's what I did. I put the time in every day. I loved it. We have a bunch of footage too. Some of our best videos got kind of lost. But Apehead, in my Discord, the admin, Apehead, him and I, he was my co-guild leader in Guild Wars 2. Mikey, who I talk about all the time on this channel, he played Guild Wars 2 with us. A lot of my long-term friends, they all came from my time with Guild Wars 2. Apehead still plays Guild Wars 2. To this day, he plays it. Winning isn't everything, but losing isn't anything. Yeah, I didn't do that whole like, oh, we're too good to play with the in-game rules. We have to win an open field fighting. I just was like, screw it. We're going for this. I'm gonna be really irritated about my ability to fly around if I don't bring power with me up these corners. So I'm just gonna start doing that. But yeah, that was us. I really, really enjoyed that time. And I would love to be able to kind of recapture that in a new MMO. Sal, that kind of player conflict happened on WoW private servers too, where half the server wanted to win or lose in AV and the other half just wanted to run the clock out every match. Yeah, well, see, and the thing was, imagine, so Guild Wars 2, if you haven't played, and you played WoW, imagine AV, but instead of random teams, you played, and instead of 2 teams, Alliance and Horde, you played, your side was your entire server. And there was 3 sides, there wasn't 2. And the map was 3 times as big. It was 24/7 non-stop. And you know, and you had server pride in when you won or lost. And it wasn't instanced. Like, there was one game that everybody on your server played in, and you all played on the same team. And there was 4 maps and not 1. I can't remember if I mentioned that. We had 4 separate maps, all going at once. That's what World v. World was, and it was amazing. When it was good, it was great. and then they did a bunch of stupid stuff. They stopped holding seasons. If they had done a season once a year, I would probably still be playing that game. They also shut down the World v World for the World v World forums, where we all would talk major shit to each other. And when you can't talk shit to the other team, you know, it kind of bleeds out the, you know, it kind of ruins the fun. Those forums were so toxic. God, that was a good time. That was so much fun. You played a lot of Guild Wars 2. My current opinion of Guild Wars 2 is that I hate it. Yeah, it's not the same game, really. But to be fair, I haven't played it in a long time, so I can't comment too much on it. Foxhole is kind of like that, but World War I and World War II combat, single map, a war can last from 10 to 40 days. Nice. Yeah, so reset, the points would reset. Oh, and there was a ranking, right? And so let's say, you know, by the way, the top 3 were always, sorry, I'm going to talk about this for a second because I love this shit. And, you know, can't stop me. I will say, Jade Quarry, they played points per tick even better than Blackgate. It was usually, Jade Quarry was number 1 in tier 1, right? So this is tier 1, right? And Jade Quarry is your server. When you start the game, you pick Jade Quarry, right? And then blue, and this is first, right? This is first in the prior week in points. Okay, and then Blackgate, right? My server, I would say that we would often be, basically we would trade off. Essentially, Jade Quarry and Blackgate would just trade off. If we got tired that week, Jade Quarry would win. If they got tired that week, we would win. That's basically what would happen. And then poor SOR, which, by the way, again, if anybody was Sanctum of Raw, I would have immediately permabanned you from the channel. Jade Quarry, I can respect. These assholes, no, bad. Right? And so this was tier 1. Okay, and then you had tier 2. Okay, and you had the green for tier 2, and I can't even remember any of the other servers. What were some of the other server names? Right, so server 1, server 2, and then red server 3, right? And then what would happen is, let's say that Blackgate wins the most points at the end of by Friday at 6 o'clock PST. Okay, we have more points than Jade Quarry. Then the next week, we go up and Jade Quarry goes down. And then let's say whoever was here, then they would get promoted. Okay, and so these guys would switch constantly, whoever's in third, right? And so then they would be red in tier 1, and then SOR would be green in tier 2. Crystal Desert, yeah, Crystal Desert. There was one we called Toasters. I can't remember. Here, let's just do it. Let's just do it. List of Guild Wars 2 NA servers. Fort Aspenwood, Henge of Dinmari, man, Henge of Dinmari. Blackgate, Sanctum of Raw, boo. Tarnished Coast. We call these guys Garnished Toast. Yak's Bend, yeah. Yeah, there's Jade Quarry. Maguma, Emery Bay. A lot of these guys were in, and look how many servers there were, right? So tier 1 was a big effing deal. Like, I don't remember a single time Blackgate dropped to tier 2. I really don't. We never took third. Steve Saros, yeah. So this is every week this would happen, right? And reset was Friday night at 6 p.m. PST. And so I'd get home and we'd have reset assignments. There was 4 maps, right? They were arranged like this, right? And you know, we would get one of the assignments. And then usually we would put a main commander and then an off commander to do little side projects. I always played main commander. Ikoa was big enough to be a main guild. You know, an anchor, basically an anchor guild. Yaks Bend, yeah. No, it was a lot of fun, and I miss it when it was good. I tried to go back at COVID, when COVID happened, and I, you know, everybody was home, and I, you know, was bored basically. I got back into it, but it wasn't the same. You know, and I could probably stuck it out, I'm sure. And kind of relearned and kind of rebuilt my street cred after, you know, what, 5 years? But now it's been 5 years since COVID, which is crazy. The biggest problem that they had with World v. World is, so the reason people used to come to World v. World is that map completion and getting legendary weapons and armor, that was a big draw in the game. And in order to do that, you had to participate in World v. World. And so new blood was always joining that game type. But then what they did is they came up with this, ooh, that got messed up somehow. They came up with this alternate way that was like casual, like super casual World v. World, called, what was that called, you guys? Edge of, I don't remember. Oh yeah, they changed that. Guild Wars 2 is different now. Teams are guild-based and now not servers. Yes, which is even more. Basically, we were super toxic. I mean, I'm joking when I say that I would ban an SOR player, but I'm also kind of not joking. That's how toxic it was. Like, it was bad. Like, like joking, not joking. And so, and the developers didn't like it. But the thing was, is that kept us playing every day. Yeah, I see some chat that I missed. What was that called? Edge of the Mists. Oh, Edge of the Mists. Yeah, so Edge of the Mist, they came out with Edge of the Mist because people complained that they didn't want to have to go to the PvP area to complete map completion and stuff. The problem is what that did, and it does in every game, is it made it that only the tryhards ever came to that part of the game. And so we never had any new blood. We never had any kind of new people. It was just the same assholes and only them. You know, and I think that killed World v. World. Edge of the Mists, yeah. You could do everything that you needed to do in the game, and it was just mindless, you know, flipping, and it was, you know, objective flipping, and it was just for completion. Terrible, terrible mistake. They should have kept doing seasons, and they shouldn't have added Edge of the Mists, and life would have been much better. Let's see, the people who developed Guild Wars 2 now designed everything around trying to get people to frequent the cash shop. I know. Yep, I know. That I've heard that as well. It sucks. Where'd he go? Where'd who go? The thing with ranks too, they gave the worldwide bonuses like more guild karma and drops. Yeah. We weren't big players, but Cynthia and I loved Guild Wars 2 World v. World. We were on Kranig. Nice. Found my own notebook on it. Yeah, Yaks Band. I saw Kranig when we looked up the list. I'm gonna start this one from the bottom again. This is like super trippy. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really glad I decided to build this building. Yeah, it was Edge of the Mists. Man, you basically have to cash shop shit for legendary weapons to get them in any reasonable amount of time. Yeah, no, the whole thing turned into, it's not exactly pay to win. I would not call it pay to win. There's some really interesting reasons that Guild Wars 2 is not pay to win, but it's really freaking close to pay to win. Like really close. And it's not really way that and you could turn money, real life money, into in-game gold, but you couldn't really buy good gear, like good stats gear with that in-game gold. Ooh, we missed one. So for that reason, it wasn't exactly pay to win. But yeah, everything is based around getting people in the cash shop. Sithny. All right, Sithny. I'll see if I can remember that. The legendary weapons in Guild Wars 2 is the sweatiest green grind guild known to man. Yeah, I never even did them. I have 8,000, 10,000, I can't even remember, hours in the game. Didn't even do it. I don't even care. I was gonna do it. I did it for like 2 weeks. Like, oh, I'm gonna get one. And then I was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. There's no way. But Aped has Epidemok, the mod, my Discord admin, really my admin, not my mod. And he's gonna be playing Ashes with us. He's gonna be a summoner. I don't know how many legendaries he has, but he has a lot. Like a lot. It's not technically pay to win, but it basically is. Yeah, I agree. Well, at least when I was there, the ascended gear that you could get was basically the best stats you could have in the game. And so it didn't matter if you had 30 million gold. It's not, your gear had a ceiling on it, you know. Boom, 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 boom. But it is very similar. It is basically pay to win, but it's not, I will say it's not as pay to win as other games. Like Arcade was the most pay to win shit I've ever played in my entire life. Albion is also relatively pay to win as well. The poles are looking tasty. It looks wild, makes me want to grind Satisfactory today. Yeah, it's pretty fun. This little thing I'm building. Okay, Sooner, go to bed. See ya. All right, have a good night. I got 3 sets of legendary gear and weapons. Wow, full sets. Yeah, it's too much for me, bro. Yeah, man, it takes about 2 weeks of legendary grind to realize it's gonna take 2 years without getting your credit card out. Yeah, that's basically what happened. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Other people can do it. How hard can it be? And then I found out. I effed around and found out. Very hard. They're expecting to add Summoner for Phase 3 in August. I know. No, Aped is gonna be playing with us for sure. Mikey is gonna be playing in the guild, in the channel guild. That's why when I say I know that a lot of people who've been watching my Satisfactory content, like, you know, it's hard, people that don't really know me, to understand that when I say that I'm playing an MMO, it's not like a whim. It isn't like oh, this game looks interesting, I'm gonna play that. This is something that I am really looking forward to doing, and I don't do anything half-assed. Like, look at what I'm doing with Satisfactory. I'm gonna do the same thing with the MMOs that I play. You know, and we're not gonna be the best PvP guild. We're not gonna be the sweatiest. I will do what I always do, and which is basically try to compete the best that I can against the sweaty while still being on the casual side of the spectrum. You know, people have real lives, and you know, I'll be sweaty, but our guild won't necessarily be sweaty. Well, we'll be pseudo sweaty. Fractals, yeah, the fractals. That was the other thing. I hated doing fractals. I don't like doing dungeons. I didn't like doing PvE dungeons, and that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to again in Ashes, is that every dungeon is one flagged player away from being a PvP dungeon. Going hard after actual pirates? Yeah, we'll see. I want to be friendly from a... I don't know if this is possible with such a strong personality. Not me, the other person. Of course, I have one too. I want to see if I can be friendly from a streamer to streamer basis. Well, we'll see how it works out in game. I'm open to both in-game friendship and in-game kill on sight for 5 years straight. But only if we're strong enough, which may not happen for a while. So, you know, we'll have to be sneaky and bide our time. You know, unless YouTube keeps serving me up 1,000 viewers per night, perhaps. Yeah, I can only be semi-sweaty anymore. Well, that's the thing. I try not to be exclusionary. I really try hard to not be. And that was one of the things that made us not the best in Guild Wars, in World v World, right? I always brought the pugs. I always brought the people along that didn't know what they were doing. And there was a mechanic in Guild Wars 2 where if somebody basically before you died, you went kind of like you went down, right? Those were those red arrows in the video. You weren't quite dead. You needed to be finished. You know, it'd be like you laying on your back, clutching your heart like I'm dying and reaching forward, right? And you had to be finished in order for you to be truly dead. Well, if anybody that you damaged, let's say that you're fighting and you lose all your health and you go down, but you're not dead yet. If anybody that you damaged was killed, fully finished, while you were down, it immediately rezzed you. You came back up. And so what would happen is dying starts this chain reaction where if a fight is really, really close, the first team that has the first person to die rezzes everybody else, that anybody that has hit that person. And so what that mechanic caused is the super sweats to not include anybody in their group that wasn't very good. Maybe didn't have the best gear, or they have the right gear, or was not experienced. And you know, they were pugs, right? Pickup group. And so they were continuously excluded. But I didn't want to play that way, and I've never played that way, and I dislike it. Now I'm fine if a guild wanted to do that, and so basically they would run quote-unquote private raids. It was really hard for anybody on our server to know where they were and to find them and to join their group. I did the opposite. I ran my tag, I spammed, hey, we're gonna be here, come and get into the Discord. I would constantly be teaching. I would be like, hey, this is the kind of gear you need to run. If you're gonna play a warrior, this is the build that you need to have. You know, I would play like that, and I would do it from a basis of inclusion, because I knew long run that was the only way my favorite type of game would survive, is if we continuously got new blood. And so that is why we were easier to beat. We were not the best guild in the game, and I'm fine with that. Like I'm 100% okay with that, because we always had the pugs, you know, the randos, and my guild. We even if it was only our guild, we still would have probably lost some of our fights, because we weren't the sweatiest. But we had a good time, and we were always growing. We ate, from a recruitment perspective, so many other guilds. Like when they would die, we had so much fun, and we're so like a good place to be. And you know, we didn't have, you know, people that were leading that were screaming and yelling at their followers. For all my jokes about how pissed off I get from time to time, I'm very, very rarely, I can only remember a handful of times, maybe 2 or 3 times in 7 years, where I yelled at my group. We were very chill. We had a good time every night, and so we were the destination for other guilds to kind of merge into us when they didn't have the leadership anymore to support their guild. And I would love to have that same mentality. And I'm much older now. I have a lot more patience than I used to. I understand leadership in general a lot better than I used to. I am looking forward to taking all of that, and not only building a new guild, but doing it live, making it my channel. Like I don't want my content to be, you know, after Satisfactory, of course, after we finish this city, I don't want it to be about an MMO. I want it to be about more like leadership, you know, because I think that that's some unique content that I can bring to the table, versus just somebody randomly killing mobs, you know. I would never kill my mods. Where am I? There, that's where I left it off. But yeah, those are that's kind of my thoughts. All right, I went on a rant, and when I rant, I don't check chat very well. Think people go to their new server? Yeah. I can only be semi-sweaty. Yeah, these things take time. Happy Easter, everyone. Hey, Eye in the Sky. Yeah, that's what I saw in New World. If you weren't a sweat, you couldn't get no fight. Yeah, it was really hard. New World was very anti-casual. You know, and I love, and it would happen. It wouldn't happen every night, but it would happen when the guild that was constantly shit on because we were bad, quote unquote bad, would beat the sweaties. Oh, they get so mad. Because we would. My old original vanilla WoW Guide was obnoxiously elitist. Yeah, no, that I don't do that. Everybody's welcome. You know, I can't promise it, but it is my goal to never lose my patience with newer players. All right, this is our first view of what this thing is really going to look like. So let's get nice and far away from it, and then we still have to fill the gaps. We still have some gap filling to do, but the main wall structure of this is already complete. This is only the second day of working on this. So yeah, I know deep down in my plums that my way of running a guild will not result in the best PvP guild, but it may result in the most fun PvP guild. Just in time, eye in the sky. I'll still be apprehensive about Ashes of Creation. I want it to be good, but I can't trust you to be good. Me too. But I'm gonna play it because I've been 2.5 years without an MMO. You know, I'm like the monkey from Lion King. It is time. All right, what do you guys think? We still have to fill those gaps. We still have to put the lights on the side to make it cyberpunky. But you think I nailed it? He's a little fat, but I mean, that's it. That's it. His proportions are not quite the same, but and I'm really glad we took the time to put those beams in. Those beams really sell the twist. You know, without those beams in there, that twist would get lost. And there really is an optical illusion. It is a bit short, isn't it? Well, what I needed is I needed each. I can only rotate that thing 5 degrees, and I did the math. It's actually rotated 2.5 in the real thing. And so we had to make some adjustments on the design to get it. It's not, I would say that it's not necessarily a bit short, it's a bit wide. We got a chode situation here. Yeah, Pulsar, maybe make it a little taller so it doesn't look fat. I can't really make it taller because right now it's at a perfect 180 degree twist, and I think I want to keep that. Or would it be way too high? Yeah. Oh, so same. So Eye in the Sky on YouTube and Pulsar on Twitch basically ask the same question. I technically could add more, but then the 180 degree twist is off, and I don't think we need it to be more. And I kind of like the idea of it being a little bit shorter than the shard. Been about 2 years since I played an MMO, and even then it was, wow, TBC private server. Yeah. He's a little fat. He's a little fatty. But honestly, guys, in the end, I'm gonna do what's possible. But the reality is, these buildings are inspired by. You know, if I could magically, you know, bring everything in. Yeah, I didn't, now that I'm thinking through this, I'm not sure that I really even accounted for the width for the height as I should have. I made sure that the ratios were good. Yeah, he's a bit of a fatty. By the way, what's going on with that pole? So there was Eye in the Sky, or not Eye in the Sky. Oki Sooner was mad, sorry, at me for accidentally killing Clifford, and so we had a funeral, and we did we said some words, and I trained up a new doggo. Do you add those 2 cubic structures at its base? I'm undecided on that. I'm undecided on that. I think we can, yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be good without it. I think if I had that cubic structure at the base, it'll look even more fatty. Yeah, that was an error. I should have measured the width to height ratio. So we need to make sure. Looks like a fairly girthy end mill. You know what it looks like? It looks like the roller in the roller in a vacuum sweeper. But we do have lights, and we'll be able to accentuate the edges. That may help give it a more slimming profile. How did I kill it? I deleted a roof tile that he was standing on. I didn't realize he had quite so far to fall. Agreed, no cubic structures. Yeah, I don't think so. I was thinking we could maybe have an implication of a cubic structure. Maybe build... I don't know, because we have to do a garage of some kind. But I'm undecided. I'm undecided. Yeah, that was my concern. Those cubes would make it look even shorter. That's what she said. Yeah, no, I'm kind of ex-nay on the Ubik K. Maybe, you know, this looks nice. What if we have the garages on the corners? Come in the corner here. I think that could work. These entrances are on the side. Those other entrances are on the side. A corner entrance, I think, would be perfect here. I think I may do that. I really wish you hadn't mentioned the roller. Now that's all you can see. Oh yeah, the roller, the vacuum sweeper roller. Sal, my latest factory is 7,500 minute rocket fuel, and I thought to myself, I'll use the byproduct compact coal for the compact steel recipe. 720 foundries later, and I still have leftover compact coal. Nice. You talking about truck stops? Yeah, there needs to be truck stops on the bottom floor. Yeah, I don't want to remove the corner ones. I think I'm gonna open up a door into the corner. I don't want to remove the bottom floors. Like, you know how we basically have bottom floors like this? I think we open up a space, right? Like, what's the height? Like, that's plenty of space. We just basically open up this right here, and then we do the same over here. It'll be a little tricky. With like these lights, maybe. It'll be tricky. It'll be tricky. Maybe we just open up this maybe we just open up the corners and do a, yeah. I think we do that. We just do a 5-way intersection. Well, actually, they're both 4 ways. Because this is a 3-way, this would be the 4th way. And this is a 3-way, giggity, that would be a 4th way. So I actually think we just open up this area, we do some repainting, and we do another exit out of there. Where would you place the mouse? I forgot you filled the whole plot already. So there isn't even space for those cubits. No, I know. Not really. And I honestly, that wasn't an oversight. I was not concerned with the cubes. I was concerned with interior floor space for our factory. Now we do have a lot of interior floor space, but You can never have too much. Twisty, twisty. But yeah, this factory is the one that I think will take up the most floor space. So that's why I used up the whole plot. The new sliding doors are big enough for trucks to fit through. Yeah, we'll definitely use those. You know, I won't put them in obviously until I get 1.1. Peated Scotch subscribed with Prime. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. They've subscribed for 3 months. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, so we're not done. We have to cover all the gaps. All right, what is this? Pop out. Can I keep the ribs? They look so cool. Yeah, no, we cannot keep those ribs. Mario, how would it look if you only rotate 5 degrees every other floor? So it would be like half a degree per floor, still 100 degrees speed, but twice as high. Well, twice as high would be too high, but that's why I went from 2 basic walls to 3 basic walls per section. But I'm gonna go ahead and be very honest with you guys. There's no way in hell I'm deleting all of this stuff. I'm okay with it being a little fat. Also, what she said. We are over 200 live stream viewers on YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. As Minikin may not still be. Oh, yeah. All right. Finalize the poll. Thoughts on turning Clifford the doggo? How did the other one go? How did Twitch do? View results. Wow, it was 100% to 0. 6 votes for yes ketchup, 0 votes for no, you're a monster. Twitch is full, as usual, of our most degenerate parts of our community. Not even one person could be bothered to save the doggo. Minikin, are you still here? If you're not, I need you to tell. If you're here, I need you to tell me, because I'm going to talk about you. I don't want you to hear. Those are rookie numbers. We don't acknowledge that anymore. Jeez, eye in the sky. I get one over 1,000 viewership live stream, and all of a sudden we are elitist snobs? Is that what you're telling me? Borthal gifted 10 construction memberships. Twitchy1, Roberto Secco, Jason Beal, Brian Evans, Michael Reasoner, Jared Anderson, Zoltan Alex, Mardor, Black Viper, Devlink, and Kulko were all gifted memberships by Borthal Jones. There's several people in this chat that may be having a little laugh at this very moment. Just know I am laughing with you. If you don't know what I'm talking about, sorry. Borthal Jones, $10. Another $10 in super chat. Thank you guys. 20 new members tonight and $10 gifted via super chat. Plus 224 live stream viewers right now. Many of whom are probably asleep. But do I care? I don't care. Pump those numbers. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. You got to pump those numbers up. I love how people quote that movie and they have no idea what that man was what's his face was talking about. What is his name? His name, I'm blanking on his name. When somebody says that, I'll feel really stupid. Matthew McConaughey was referring to when he said those are rookie numbers. Hilarious. And if you don't know, I would suggest you not quote that until you find out. Well, I said I'd match Oki, so there you go. Thank you. Construction, don't know if you saw my comment on the last VOD. I asked if there was a way to modify the BP you're placing right now so that the diagonal beams connect fully. No, I know. I did see that and it bothers me, but that is the locking point. Unfortunately, that is the locking point. You know, the only way I could do something like this and run a double all the way down, but I don't. That's the only way I could really think to do it. But I think I'm okay because this is something that looks a certain way at scale. Uh-oh, what's that? Fixed. Yeah, the Wilbur Street. Yeah, the only way that I could do it, I think, is build another beam that covers it up. No, that's the movie, but what is he referring to? Man, my allergies are terrible tonight, guys. If you know, you know. Yeah, deleted inside. I mean, it built inside. Are we going up? Or are we going down? I think we finished. It's one of those things that I'm probably just gonna let go. It doesn't bother me too much. But I do wish that it was different. It's just that the amount of fiddling and work that it would take to make it different is not something that I'm willing to do. I misplaced one in here as well. There's another miss. The Leaning Tower of Kin. It doesn't lean. There's a mistake over there too. It looks so good. I have one more to do, right? Gonna grab a coffee and launch the game. Yeah, it does lean around itself. That's funny. It insists upon itself. Did I hit all four? Must have. All right, so that was the easy one. I think the most fiddliest part. Oh, actually, no. I'm going to. Inside, I bet, is easier. We fit in that hole? Not today. Too fat. $1 for every time I heard that. Can we fit in that hole? Nope. If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I would be not as poor. Still fat, but not poor. Also, there's a lot of wasted space on the outer edge of this. A lot of this is not usable factory space. So while it may seem wide from the outside, it doesn't have as much going on inside as you might think. It's very drunk, too much whiskey. Okay, do you have a way to make it shiny like the real building? Maybe chromium paint. I've got the I'm using chrome paint on it already. This is as shiny as she gets. Unless I do something really crazy like use signs for walls. Ugh, that's the only thing that I could think about. I didn't want to do that. Somebody suggested that last night. Feel light will tie everything together? I think so. You can't do windows with the shard right next to it. Meaning that we already have windows. Yeah, I mean, we definitely need some opaque buildings. Yeah. No, I agree. And if I was gonna do the signs out, they were gonna be like black and glossy. Like the hair on my head. Heavy modular frames, yeah. Yeah, Corthal, I think you did, but it's all good. Yeah, I'm still gonna add the edge lights, yep. I am very good at adding edge lights. Might even say that I am the lord of it. One could call me an edgelord. Not touching that hair joke. You're not the only one. Lord Edgelight. Ooh, Billy, did you type that before I made that joke? It was very quick. Yeah, that was the only way I could think of to get that much shine. So I'm happy with our choice. It's still a little dark. I used the lightest shining, you know, skin. Another one bites of dust. Bless you, black and glossy. Actually, it's not black and glossy, it's thin and brown. Was this the building with the lowest machine count of the 4 in this quadrant? No, that's the shard. That's why I made the shard that one. This has possibly the highest machine count. And a lot of them are manufacturers. This is making like 162 motors per minute. So that's a lot of assemblers. And then the 10 heavy modular frames per minute. Yeah. That's why I put that. That's why I made this floor space so wide. Is there enough room? I hope so. If not, we'll go higher and we'll ruin our 180 degrees. But I think there should be room. Yes, you need to download the planning docs. Yeah. We can take a look at them real quick. There's probably a lot of people that haven't seen them. Oh, there's a wall BP to delete. Did I build a... Did I miss it? Everything looks clean. A bit above you. Well, I'll keep an eye out on it. Twitch has a faster return time. If any of you guys see a wall blueprint that shouldn't be there, yell at me. The delay is monstrous. Eye in the sky. There's no possible way I can do it that way. On my way up, I'll keep an eye out, and we'll deal with it if we feel we must. There's no way I did all 4 of those. Yeah, I'm not 100% I dropped those in. Robert Ferris looks tight. Thanks. I do all 4? I was talking. Apparently so. Bum, 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 bum. He's a fat boy. He really is a fat boy. He is domineering on the skyline, isn't he? We fit him in the frame. All right, I'll be right back. Came back. Then in the art of heavy modular frame repair. Ken, I just saw who got gifted a membership. Yeah, Mini Ken. Yes. I made a comment about that. That tower is something else as well. Which one? The oh yeah, how's the twisting compare? Oh, they twist in different directions, so that's good. Yeah, Korthal, it is somebody that you know. Korthal, go back and look very, very closely. Oh, he knows. He see it. Rock and Ron just got here. Could you cannon down to start and back up for overall view? Yeah, I can do that. Let me put in the other gap filler. I'll do that after we fill the other gap, okay? Below the last VOD, I also said that the BP you chose close the gaps on the other side is somewhat faulty. The beams don't align properly, but they should. Maybe you need to twist the beams more or less. I'll take a look. I probably won't change it, but I know what you're saying. Pulsar reminds me of the dick twist meme. Grab his heavy modular frames factory and twist it. Hey, Minikin, you're still up, right? Can you refill my iced tea for me? Masters of the game, you're back. What did you miss? Oh, nothing. Just, you know, we're building this tower. All right, so we got the actually easier side to slap in. I need to find a good way to get this in. And maybe it's easy, maybe it's not. It looks like it's not. Pumpkin Dead, hey, how's it going? You're sleeping? Crazy. Sleep typing. Ooh, is that right? Oh. Oh. All right, let's... Hop in. I might make changes, but I'm not committing. I was gone for the past hour or so. What happened? Oh, I was just talking mad shit about you. Like even Eye in the Sky was like, that's enough. That's ridiculous. Do that. Yeah, I think there's a blueprint placing issue. I also think this is too. I need vertical nudge. I really, really could use vertical nudge right now. There's a mouse in my room. It's 14 years old, and it gets me tea. Yeah, ooh, Billy, it might be. You guys want to? How long is it gonna take? It's gonna look bad if I don't. And I may even replace the ones that I just put in. We about 61? No, yeah. No, I'm not gonna get a mod. God, the problem though, guys. Ugh. I lose my mods. That's why I haven't been doing it. Look at that truck driving through the sunset. Accidental screenshots. All right, what's my alternative? I lose. If I do that, I lose my Sky UI. I don't know if I can live without my Sky UI. We'll be giving up on shots like this. No, my lifts will not break. They fixed that. If that bug was still there, there's no chance in hell I would do this. Okay, the alternative is I do something like this. All right, I can do that. I know. I know, no mods at all. That's why I'm not doing it. I was gonna do it. I was gonna. Because I figure out ways like this, and I don't do infinite nudge. It's for my ego. That's the reason. I don't want any asterisks. Basically, I don't want any asterisks on this project. Like, oh, he built this, but he used a construction mod. I want to be, I want to go full natty, all natural on this beast. And honestly, this little thing isn't really that hard to do. He prides himself on vanilla building. Yeah, it's because I have an ego the size of a Clydesdale. This is actually not that difficult. Holzar, just go to 1.1, man. There have been 3 patches already. If there was something game breaking, it would have seen it ready. I agree. The reason that I'm not going to 1.1 is not because of that I'm worried about a game breaking problem. The reason that I'm not going to 1.1 is because I don't have my mods. Unless you are gonna sit there and tell me that in 1.1 you can control the sun and the lighting like I can right now in 1.0, then I am not gonna be moving it. I know, but 1.1 has infinite nudge and it's vanilla now. It's not vanilla yet because 1.1 is experimental. But I know what you're saying, Twitchy One. Honestly, guys, this is working really well. This is barely longer than the easy one. Tennessee G, honestly, I would go back, just use Sky UI. Yeah, so you regret going to 1.1 because you can't use Sky UI? So I'm going to reject everybody else's advice and just listen to him because his advice matches with my preconceived notion about the truth. Yeah, if I update with no mods, right, because of my inventory. Yeah. I was gonna dump my inventory. Only if rain screws everything up. Only if rain screws everything up. Man, I would hate it if it rain screws everything up. It does have lighting control stuff, but only in photo mode. Mods, greater than small upgrades. Yeah, I know it has some form of lighting control in picture mode. Yeah, not as tailored to Sky UI. That makes sense. Yeah, I saw some things, but the real power is going to be 1.1 with Sky UI together. We're going to be able to make some ridiculous things. Wouldn't know why I wouldn't know why 1.1 should break Sky UI. I don't think anything changed. No, it's not that all mods break on a new Like, by definition, all mods break with a new update. Now, my guess is that the publisher of Sky UI will be able to very quickly update it to be able to handle 1.1, but it still has to be updated. It won't immediately work. Like, it won't work tonight. It'll work probably a day or 3 after 1.1 becomes live. Dang, if it could rain screws on Kin's Twitch, I'd log in there. Mini Kin, are you still watching? I want to talk about you while you're not here. No, I know. It was way funnier though to take your second line out of context. We're almost at 300 live stream viewers, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you are gentlemen. On average, 99.5% of you are gentlemen. You had a lot of crashing about a week ago in 1.1. Yikes. Yeah, native controller support in 1.1 does sound nice. I may have to redo something, you guys. I'm gonna get this fixed, but I've sort of realized something that was bothering me and maybe a very easy way to fix it, but it would take time. This is one notch too high. It's so much better. So much better. Yeah, it's just a different way to place it. We gotta remove these two. It is a subtle change. Oh my god, look at the... Where's that? Is that purple reflecting off of that? Oh my god, it is! God, that's sick. A bit towards me. No, can't do. That's a half nudge towards me. There's no room for that. Good thought, though. All right. Shoot. Gonna have to get rid of these. Maybe I could just build one. Yeah, okay, so we only have to build one back. Or do we even need to at all? I kind of want to. Yeah, the on-screen celebration. Okay. Deep breaths, Kin. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, right? Tell me it's gonna be okay. Tell me it's gonna be okay. All right, let's just keep this in perspective. All right, I probably spent 3 weeks building this. Well, maybe 2 weeks. We're probably gonna spend 3 or 4 days building this. So I'm gonna keep it together. Mandrigal. Only be here a few minutes after it's family brunch time. Look, we can look up its skirt. This talk of 1.1 reminds me of when I had to switch my game files from update 8 to 6 and edit the current build number so Steam wouldn't update. Nice. Did you show the custom setting you have in your that makes the Lumen look so good? Yes. Yeah, I'll do that right now. All right, I don't want you guys to see my secret folders. I do have a custom engine file to boost what Lumen looks like. Config. I'm in factory game, and then where? Config. Windows. Open with Notepad. All right, let's take a look. All right, right here is where I've maxed out the objects. This is leftover from when I had my Star Wars save, and I went past the object limit. So if I go past the object limit in this save, I won't even notice it because I've already increased the object limit. These 5 settings right here are the 5 settings that run every time I open Satisfactory. So these are all graphical settings and commands that I've experimented with and played with, and there's been a lot talked about these on various the Satisfactory Reddit, but this is them right here. This helps reduce FPS issues when you have a lot of regular type of lights. So like the wall lights and the street lights and the ceiling lights. This has nothing to do with signs. It's those light shafts that come out when you have those type of lights. I have reduced them, and that makes the FPS drop not a little bit better. So the foliage load distance, this helps a little bit with being able to see grass a little further away, so that you don't have that thing where as you're running towards the grass or whatever, it's sort of fading in a perfect circle around you. This static mesh law distance scale, this one here, similar but to things that aren't grass and foliage. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. This is the grass cull distance. Sorry, this one and this one are do very much similar things, and they change how the load distance happens, and so that you see the finer meshes, you see the better version of items for a longer distance. The one that really sticks out to me is the rails. If you get far enough from the rails, they start to look chonky and they look stupid. That's why that doesn't happen on my screen. And then the other one makes the glass clear for much farther away. Okay, so if I were to get rid of that, do you see how the glass is see-through here? And we can see the lights and stuff, and we can see, I mean, we can see the signs and the machines in there. Do you see that? Yeah, see that sign? And the machines through the windows. If I got rid of that, this would all be like, it would be reflective. And I like that. The problem is that when you move closer to it, it kind of like shifts back and forth. Like, and it's distracting and it doesn't look good. It goes instantly from having a shine where you can't see inside to being able to see inside, and I think it looks kind of like, I don't think it looks as good. It also makes waterfalls look better. I don't know why. But those are the ones that I have in there for that. And then the one that was asked, this is the grass one that I mixed up with this one at first. Because windows, by the way, are treated like foliage. I don't understand, but they are. This one right here is the one that makes Lumen more powerful. This is like Lumen in update 8. There's a lot more shine, there's a lot more bouncing. It's this bottom one right here. R.AO global distance field dot min mesh SDF radius equals 10. So that makes the Lumen shinier and bouncier. And then basically these are all just console commands that I've put in the file so that when I load up the game, they're already in and I don't have to type them in every time. And you know, especially if you've got a really nice rig, you can do some things with Satisfactory to really get a little bit more out of it that you know wouldn't get with just in-game or in UI settings. Yeah, they did. They essentially nerfed Lumen in 1.0. Yeah, it's this one right here. I'm gonna post this one in both the YouTube and the Twitch chat so that you guys can copy and paste this. Judas Blanco, by the way, great work as always. Take a sip of that whiskey, Kin. I can pour a little whiskey. Oh, and what was that about Lumen? I was wondering what you did while I was running your save. Oh yeah, so the save, when it wasn't as shiny when you ran my save. Can you upload that file to Discord? I'd like to recreate it in the box. Yeah, let me, Porthal, will you send me a DM sometime tomorrow so that I do it tomorrow? And I will do it. I just don't want to forget, and I don't want to do it right now. Did you see how good the reflection looks on my snaps? I was a bit more smooth in the transition. Yeah. Well, there's definitely some settings that because I actually really like the shiny building look, right? Like, cause it looks like a skyscraper. The problem is I don't like the transition from that shine to the clearness, the way that it's implemented, and maybe there's a better set of settings to get me what I want, but I haven't found it. So I hope that answers your question. Ooh, Billy. It was better and worse. Yeah, that's always the case. All right, I'm gonna pour a little more whiskey. Last pour of the evening. It won't be very much. Here we go. Can we get the pop? Oh, that was very subtle. I don't know if you heard it. The problem is that I have a noise gate on my mic. So I try to time it so I've just finished talking so that the noise gate, the mic is open right when I pull the cork. what I need when I get my camera. You guys will see me pour some whiskey. Love the slight purple spiral on the CS, but what is the flickering next to the purple? Yeah, the sign flickering. Yeah, central storage. Yeah, it's just signs. Is that Z fighting, do you guys think? I wonder if that's Z fighting. Or I wonder if I changed. It was a satisfying pop. Nice. Like when I pop my back. I wonder if I change video. Oh, also I force load Vulkan. Because I did that for 1.0 launch and I never changed it back. Because I was having problems with my recording equipment not doing what it needs to do. So I have TSR on right now. Let's try NVIDIA DLSS. So NVIDIA DLSS has different problems. Yeah, the flickering's way worse. There's less ghosting though. It's way worse when I zoom in, but it's not, I can't see it zoomed out. Look at that. It kind of comes and goes, doesn't it? By the way, I have a 3080 Ti in case anybody is interested. I am thinking of getting a 5090 and rebuilding my computer. I actually want to talk about that, and it has to do with Minikin, which is why I keep asking if she's still here, because I want to talk about it. All right, any last things before I get back to work? Sounds like me popping the cork on my Arbor Scotch. Yeah, this is just a Breckenridge rum cask finish. So it was like, you know, 50 bucks. Good, but like, you know, not insane. By the way, I'm gonna drink some of my $200 whiskey on my birthday in a few weeks. There's also a teal light I saw on the purple. The flickering strangely does not really happen on the I don't know why it doesn't happen on the purple lights. Minikin, can you just go back and watch the VOD to hear? Minikin can just go back to watch the VOD to hear what you say. Yeah, but not if she knows to go back and watch. All right, let me get in the zone here, and then I'll chat. I'll fill you guys in on some things. Yeah, I found the changes going from your 3090 to the 5090 seem to smooth much of those transitions. I know. It would really look good. I kind of want to get a 5090 before I finish my Satisfactory playthrough, so that we can take advantage of how awesome this looks. You know how awesome it looks. All right, what was I doing? I was building 2 walls. Let's get back into the rhythm. Going right. No. Okay, as many of you guys know. Oh my God. Sorry. I know they're really expensive right now. I also want to get the water-cooled MSI 5090, which is hard to get. And I'm not going to buy from a scalper. I'll admit to you guys, I did buy during COVID. I bought my 3080 Ti from a scalper. I'm not doing that again. You know, one of those Amazon ones that are like $1,000 more expensive than they need to be. I was frustrated, and I was like, screw it, I'm doing it. Yeah, you expected improvement, but was surprised that the transitions were better. Okay, I remember why I turned off DLSS. Can you notice the when I delete? Watch when I delete this. See, it kind of ghosts. There's ghosting with the hologram. Yeah, I can't do it. It bothers me. All right, as many of you guys know, since the beginning of my channel, I have worked on having help with editing. Trying to get help. My sister-in-law, my old episodes, my sister-in-law helped me make those happen. She would do like a rough edit, and then I would come through and do the final edit. But there's a reason that I didn't live stream as much back then, is because I was spending all my time editing the edited versions of my VODs. And to be frank with you, I hate doing it. I hated that setup. I think I needed to do that because it was good for my channel. It helped my channel grow. Because, you know, I was doing live streams and nobody was here. I mean, nobody. So I got monetized because of those edited episodes, right? And what I would do is I would just take the VOD and I would go through and I would cut out, you know, more boring parts. I would rearrange my, I would get really detailed in the dialogue, clean everything up. It was basically like the best version of my VOD, but it took so much time, and I would try to cut at a 4-to-1 ratio. So if there was 4 hours of a VOD, I would try to get 1 hour of edited footage out of that, and we hit that most of the time, I think. A lot of the Star Wars save was like that, but then what made me stop doing it, what really put me over the edge, is when they announced 1.1 coming out. I mean 1.0 coming out, because I was unable to, I knew that I wasn't going to finish the Star Wars save unless I upped my rate of live streams. And there was no possible way that I could do that and continue making those edited episodes, because think about it. If I was streaming Fridays and Saturdays. And then it was taking me the rest of the week to edit those that hours of footage. So let's say I add a Wednesday night. Now not only do I have one less night to edit footage because I'm literally streaming, I have more footage to edit because I streamed again. So it put me in this very, very impossible position of being able to do those episodes. And so I stopped doing them about the time when we were finishing up the train, the train network in the Star Wars save. When 1.1 came back, I thought, okay, well, those edited episodes were so good for me and my channel. When update 8 came out, well, I'll start doing them again, and they will be just as good for me when on my new playthrough for 1.1. And they were not. They got a fraction of the views. They got a fraction of the subs. And I think a big reason of that is because the people that were really supporting me there, you guys were coming to the live streams and you guys were watching the VODs. I didn't have to prove. Now, it is a good gateway to people that don't have time to or want to trust me with 6 hours of their time, right? But it just got to the point where I couldn't keep up. I couldn't make them anymore. And also, my sister-in-law, by the time 1.1 came out, she had a kid. And it's just really, she couldn't do it anymore. So I experimented. I had my sister help me for a little bit. I had a viewer of the channel help me do some editing, and things were fine, but and I don't expect people to put in it's really hard to put in the time that it takes to do this stuff, especially when I can only pay maybe a few $100s a month. Now, what my goal was to do is to pay with equity. Meaning like, okay, well, you know I can't pay a lot now, but once we grow, I want to give a percentage of this, and so that give away a piece of the pie, stock options essentially. But I just really, it was really difficult to, because I mean, you guys know how much I stream. Doing the edited version, I mean, it just couldn't work. It wouldn't work. And then I had talked about my son's friend helping, but that hasn't really panned out. He's a kid and he has stuff to do and he doesn't want to do that. And that's fine. But I need help. So one of the things that I'm going to do to fix this is to do away with the highly edited content that I had. It was and just try to speed things up. But if you notice, my channel has put out quite a few videos in the last 3 or 4 days. They are edited, they are lightly edited versions of my VOD, or clips of my VOD, and shorts, YouTube shorts. I've been doing those, and I've been kind of fine-tuning the method of how exactly they need to be done, including managing the footage and the settings, and kind of making templates, kind of speeding things up. And then tonight I sat down with Minikin and I said, I really need help with this, but I don't, I told her I don't want to have you, everything that you do, be put aside, everything you want to do, put aside for my project. And I said, I would only want you to do it, help me do the editing if you want to. That decision hasn't been fully made. However, that looks good. We got an entire side done while I was chatting. However, we did sit down and we co-edited a short. And that's the short that I published right before the stream started. If you get a chance to watch that short, know that both Minikin and I put that together. So we're thinking about having her doing the editing for me, or at least helping me. Especially when summer starts, which of course is right around the corner. Because I do believe that my channel needs some content that is shorter than an 8-hour effing VOD. And I hate to stream less to stay up with that pace. And the only person that I know that can work as hard as me is my wife and my oldest daughter and my dad. Basically it. I have worked 60 to 80 hours a week for almost 2 years on this channel. Well, an extra 30 to 40 hours a week on this channel in addition to my 40-hour a week job. Every week, day in, day out. I mean, that includes the streaming time, right? And it's relaxing and I'm playing a game. So, but but that's time that I've dedicated away from other projects and pursuits to do this. I honestly, I need somebody to help me do the same. Now, having said that, obviously, her school is going to come first and things like that. But if I could just have help, like I take, and that's one of the reasons I want to reduce my streaming. I talked about that earlier to, that looked different. Oh, looks okay. To 4 days a week. And then maybe because if I stream, basically I'm thinking of streaming Tuesday, Wednesday. She takes one, I take one. And then we have Thursday to work on it. And then streaming Friday, Saturday. She takes one, I take one. We have Sunday/Monday to work on it. And I think we could put out a good amount of shorts. Because I think I have good shorts content. I probably have 2 or 3 solid shorts every stream. And think of, those are videos that the content is sitting there begging to be edited, begging to be made. I'm not doing it because I just don't have time. And so if I can make these adjustments, and if she's all worried like, oh, I don't know how to do the editing. I'm like, you're gonna learn that. That's easy. She's smart enough to do it. What I'm worried about is having the technical skills of making the edit is not the difficult thing. What's difficult is sifting through 8 hours of footage and recognizing that this 1 minute would make a good short. That's the hard part. And so I think that she can do that hard part better than anybody else, except my sister could do it really well as well. My sister just is not in a place where she can put in this type of work to help me. My sister's very talented and could have done it as well. But yeah, so that's where I'm at with this. And no matter what, I want to get all this nailed down and get a procedures in place, before Ashes comes out. I also think I'll be able to make better shorts content when and as I get my camera. So there you go. That's the deal with that. And and we did talk about her basically having, if anybody's seen Real Civil Engineer, his editor kind of has a personality within the video. There's subtitles, where the editor like talks a little shit or does something, right, and makes jokes. She wants to do that, where my videos, my content will have like her kind of touch, making fun of me or making a joke or complaining about a pun. So we're still working through that stuff. And yeah, it'll actually support her interest in writing. Yes, 100%, because it is finding the story, telling a story. Yeah, finding the special moments. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Where's that story? What story are we trying to tell? What's the best use of a viewer's time to get a feel for me, what I do, what I'm doing, that we can put in a short. So yeah, that's it really. So thank you for listening to my TED Talk. And then I'm gonna finish this round, and then I will we'll get to the top, and then I'll fully catch up on YouTube chat. I know I let it slide while I was ranting. And it'll be something that her and I can do together, which is, I think, important. It will give her a marketable skill, not that she ever wants to be an editor, but it's just one more thing, right? One more thing that she could do if needed, and maybe she wants to make her own content, write her own stories, cut her own videos. She will have that skill by the time, we're done. So all of those things I think are good. But of course, everything has to be balanced because her school has to come first. All right, I'm almost done with this. And then I will catch up and read the chat. I think we are 75% of the way done with this piece. But I do have to go through and redo that other end because I don't like what I did. And I didn't realize that the fix for it was as simple as placing it differently. All right, we're gonna get in a place where we can have a nice view, and then I will read chat. All right. Okay, let me catch up. You need to replace those 2 BPs from the bottom. Let's make sure that's the last chat that I didn't see. Yeah, okay, you need to replace those 2 BPs from the bottom. Yep. I rolled the dice with the 5090. Yep. Oh my god, there's a bug in Corsair's computer monitoring software. It shows one of the sensors at 491 degrees Fahrenheit. How do you say her name again? Sithny, right? Sithny. We learned today it was just a software bug. Nice. Keeping up with the editing just wouldn't work. I'm glad you made this transition. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stream very much. I will say that I think that factory development videos should be kept at the really high standards you set the early work on it. Yeah, okay, yes. So I'm talking about specifically videos that are VOD clips, having her help me with, whether those are shorts or longer versions. Custom videos that I record, that I do, like the factory video, tours, you know, anything like that, I would still do the same way. When I make a video breaking down exactly my new sending machine that I made for the Dimensional Depot, yeah. Those would not change. I didn't make that distinction. Honestly, the idea of Minikid working with you is actually very heartwarming. Note that this is from a guy that likes hot doggos. Was wrong height, that's why it looked differently. Yeah, well, I was setting it with blueprint mode rather than setting it off the wall, and that did cause a different height. Correct. Children are great. I think it actually supports their interest. Yeah, I read that. So before I retired, I spent a lot of time teaching my younger team members that when they make a presentation, they need to have confidence in their expertise, but focus on the storytelling. Yeah, I agree. Every additional skill is a valuable asset. You never know when you can make use of them. Yeah, and really, she'll be able to do stuff for herself. Poor kid has to read my wall of text now. Sorry, kinfolk. Sithny. Yeah, Sithny. That's right. Is that what I said? Sithny. I'll see if I can remember that. Okay, I'm all caught up. Let's turn regular sky on so we can see what we're doing. I think we have one last undercarriage to fix, and then we will fix the other thing. Let's just drop down to the bottom. All right, so we did that one. And then I hear you on these bottom ones are different. Maybe. This one, yes. The other one looked okay. Oh, I messed up my chat. Let me fix it. You got it right. I need to avoid wife aggro and get her to play Ashes. Yeah, definitely. The husband and wife MMO teams. Those are the ones that last a lifetime. Oh, just the last on this face. I messed those up? Are you saying I messed those up? Well, these are different, so. Because these were done sort of in a test method. I posted the pic to the 491 Fahrenheit. Pretty funny. This is too low. We too low. Wait. What did you say? Are you saying I messed up one of the placements that I was doing while I was yapping? There's no way I'm going to be able to find that. Oh, here's the start. Okay, let me fix the other bottom ones. It's the start facing the shard, so I'll be able to remember. I met Sydney in an MMO and married her in about 2 years. Wow, nice. Living the dream. What MMO did you meet your wife in? What MMO were you playing? It's gonna tell me everything I need to know about your character. We too low? I don't know what you're talking about. No, all now is perfect. Good. I don't make bad jokes. City of Heroes? It's funny. I'm laughing at you. By the way, I'm laughing at you, not with you, just so that you know. I actually never played City of Heroes. It was probably pretty good. You know what? There's 2 MMOs that I'm legitimately sad that I never got to play. Dark Age of Camelot and the Warhammer Online. I wish I'd gotten to play those. I can do that maneuver without even thinking now. My fingers just do it. Not telling that joke here, you get demonetized. All I said is we're too low. I don't know what you're talking about. I said we're too low. That's it. It's the only superhero game either of us played. That's funny. All right, let's do the last one of this same type, and then I have to fix the other side. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be a lot happier when it's done. Asheron's Call. I've heard good things about that. I don't know enough. I don't know enough to, you know, say that I wished I'd played it. That was a PvP MMO, Asheron's. You know what's really sad? I absolutely adored the mechanics of Arcade. Not so much the land stuff, although that was fine. I loved the having to move the carts. and basically being able to be a pirate and being able to steal people's packages, and the risk reward component. I just could not handle the absolute state of pay to win. The pay to win in Arcade, unbelievable. And the reason it was so much worse than Guild Wars 2 had to do with gear. The potential stat ceiling for gear in Arcade was insanely high, whereas in Guild Wars 2 it was actually very low. You could hit basically everybody in World v World hit the gear ceiling. Now, this was back when I played. There's been expansions, and I'm sure that ceiling has been changed, and maybe even the mechanics have been changed. But at the time, you just needed to do ascended gear. You couldn't even buy it. You had to make it yourself. You had to make your own gear. And ascended gear was the best gear there was. You could augment it here and there with little things, you know, but I mean, we're talking a percentage increase of a couple percent here and there, nothing major. Whereas the gear ceiling for Arcade was insanely high. We fought people where 4 or 5 of us were wailing on the same dude, and we couldn't dent his health. And we were max level with good free-to-play gear. And you know, it was really frustrating. We called it dual wielding credit cards. Autosave. I'm gonna drink some whiskey. When you walk over to an ally's town and see its buildings and wall burned to the ground, you know you're in a PvP MMO. Yeah. For a 1999 game, yeah, PvP was top notch. Main with Shadowbane 2, don't know. Maybe with Shadowbane 2. Yeah, probably you said maybe. Missed small tile delete replacement. Missed small tile delete. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, in the sky. Yeah, I'm okay. Is it something major? Or if it's something I can fix quickly? By the way you said that, it makes me feel like it was probably something major. Could be major. You finally finished cleaning out the bank of your 2 second of 3 characters. Nice. So anyway, I loved the ability to be a pirate and steal people's stuff. You also had illegal farms, which was great. You could basically PvP farming, because to grow stuff and farm stuff, you had to have, and it be protected, you had to have plots of land. But there was very limited land plots in the game, so people would fight over them. And we came up with all these like little chicken shit ways of like buying them from people and stuff like that. There was also a lot of cheating, which is a whole nother thing. But the illegal farms were great because you could just go to the side of a mountain that nobody goes to, and you could plant all the trees. You could plant all these trees or all this, like all these plants, and then you'd have to wait, you know, 4 hours or whatever for them to mature. But then anybody could grab them. And so we would just go around looking for illegal farms and grabbing all of this very, very valuable stuff. But then, you know, obviously people would protect their farms, you know, and so that kind of sandbox emergent gameplay was really, really, really fun. Could be the whole tower because it's in the main BP. I think it's just Satisfactory habit to distort things you see at the edge of the screen, so some angles are weird. Yeah, I've been looking pretty hard at the overall setup for this tower. I'm happy with how it stands. I'm not going to be changing that, even if there is something off. Yeah, the edges. Yeah, I'm gonna place the lights. Yeah. But yeah, so there's an interesting side effect of porting a Korean MMO over to the United States. Would you guys like to hear about it? Well, I'm the one talking and you guys aren't, so you don't have any choice. Here is the interesting thing that happens when you port a Korean MMO over to the United States. So it is more efficient when you set up a game to do a lot of the work on your own computer rather than sending information to the server, the game doing, the server doing a bunch of work and then them sending back then the server sending back the information for PvP or for damage checks or whatever, right? And it takes a lot fewer bits of information if you're doing the work on your own computer. However, if you do too much of the work on your own computer, guess what makes it easy to do? Cheat. Get in there and you can run cheating programs and you can alter the way that the game functions. Well, Korean MMOs take advantage of this and they load up a lot of the functionality onto... All right, I have to change gears here for a second. I have to switch over to out. They load up a lot of the work on to the client side. Why is that so off? Okay, it's okay. And the reason that they can do that and not have so much cheating and not have people cheating is because in Korea, and we're talking South Korea here, when you're on the internet, you have an internet ID. It's not just like oh, you know what we have to do first? I want to go through and delete all of these inside. Before we do this, let's go delete all those doubles that I put in. Right? You have this internet ID. And so if you get banned for cheating, they can actually ban you. Like forever. Because you have to log in to all games and all your internet with your personal information. It'd be like logging into your game with a driver's license. Well, then you just ban the driver's license. And then they can't play. So the cost of cheating in South Korea is very high. So there's a lot less of it. But that doesn't exist in the United States. So you port over a Korean MMO and all of a sudden you've got major cheating happening because everything's client side. Now the game ran pretty well because things were client side, right? The PvP wasn't as laggy as it maybe could have been. You know what I mean? There's advantages, but not, it's so easy to cheat. And so there was a lot of you know, the United States publisher, there was always bug fixes to try to stop cheating. I mean, we had to load up anti-cheating software, like a third-party anti-cheating software, just to play the damn game. Like, it was not fun. That slowed things down. So any gains we made up on the client side stuff were destroyed because we had to run this third-party program to, you know, help defend against cheaters. But damn, the mechanics were so much fun. They were really fun. Well, and I mean, this was 10 years ago, so, you know, keep that in mind. I was playing ArcAge 10 years ago. And there's every possibility that I got my tech explanation, you know, somewhat wrong, but the way I understand it, that's what was happening. I mean, I'm sure there's articles on it. We could, there's probably YouTube videos on it. And if I remember correctly, I think it was the Korean port over of ArcAge that pissed off Steven Sharif so much that he decided to make his own MMO. And we have Ashes of Creation to thank for it. I think I heard that. I don't know how true that is. But that's probably verifiable as well, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think VPNs existed in today's state 10 years ago, like they do. Maybe they did, and I'm don't have the technical knowledge, or didn't have the technical knowledge to know about it. All right, one more down. Yeah, VPN and IP shifting. Well, yeah. Well, like I said, in order to play the game, Orthol, you have to register your name under your actual name with your internet ID in South Korea. And then the game could just ban your internet ID. The point just being that there was actual real consequences for cheating. And as we both know, both of us played New World, those MFers would cheat and literally nothing would happen to them. They would cheat and make hundreds of thousands of gold, transfer it to their guild bank, and then they would get banned for a week, and they'd get back and have all the gold. Right, where I'm over here trying to do the Lord's work and trying to go out and farm the orichalcum nodes that I need, and I'm fighting with bots. And the people that are cheating, you know, are 3 weeks ahead of me, even with the ban. And some of them actually got their characters, their account got banned permanently. So they just loaded up a new character, and because they had a guild with hundreds of thousands of gold that they cheated to get, they got back to full level with full gear insanely fast. There's still a net positive. It's crazy. I bet you're right about Steven. Yeah, I bet you we could look up exactly what MMO pissed him off, because he's so anti pay to win. I bet you there's a very specific, yeah, but I'd have to play under my real name. No, it is your real name. No, sorry. I guess I'm I guess I'm not saying it correctly. It is your actual, like, ID. It'd be like you having to, like, in order to play Ashes of Creation, you have to register with your freaking social security number. Are you happy with what happens where you place the triangular wall pieces? The new BP position shifts their placement too, but they may just need to eat it for the greater good. Yeah, that, I hear what you're saying. I did notice that. No matter what happens, they're gonna eat it. Having said that, we may be able to improve it. No, this placement looks very nice. Now, what we do need to do is make a blueprint for this. that does this essentially. Oh, this is the old one. Oh shit, that's the old one. Let me go to a new one and we'll check it. I mean, it is not as clean, for sure. I know it's a delay. It's okay. That's why I didn't say anything. I still think we can get there with a blueprint to clean this up. It's not quite as clean because of this right here, but I mean, we're really nitpicking at this point. I'm, you know, it's this, that's new, and that's old. I mean, I think it looks, I think this looks, oh my God, look at that. I mean, that's what the damn thing looks like. It's so crazy that is done with all straight pieces. Like there's not a curved piece here. Look at this. What an optical, like, mind F. Everything is straight. Every single individual piece that makes that up that we're looking at is flat and straight. And yet look at that freaking curvature. What? Like, that is just amazing to me. Got it. You just added Jones to the name because the damn game forced me to have a first and last name. It will change with edge lighting when you get to that. That is true. The edge lighting is like icing on a cake. It will cover a multitude of sins. A multitude of sins. God, I love how that looks. All right, we've got to fix another thing here. We're not going to get to edge lighting tonight. How are we doing on time? I've gotten so much done tonight. I've gotten so much done. How are we doing? We're almost at 400 concurrent viewers on YouTube. Welcome, guys. If you don't know, and if you're awake, I'm building this. I'm pretty happy with this. What we've got in game. It's not quite the same. We built something a little on the short side. Short and fat. We just hit 402. Hopefully most of you guys are awake. The last few nights, you know, YouTube has decided that I get the people, the autoplays, the people that have fallen asleep watching other people's live streams. And so for whatever reason, they're coming here. If you're here and you're awake, yeah, error 404 now. If you're here and you're awake, welcome. If you're here and you're asleep, then, you know, keep sleeping to the dulcet tones of my voice. You've gotten so much really fun chatting done tonight. Me chatting? My chatter? My chitty chit chat? Let's get rid of that. I gotta figure out where to look here. We'll have to speed this up. Little pop. I think we delete and then we go like this. And I think I need to look literally right at the beam. I think looking at the beam is what I want. Aaron Cook. You're awake now. Yeah, I'll get faster at this exact placement. Yeah, this has been fun. Yeah, I'm just telling stories. I'm just talking my ass off. Corthel Jones. Thank you for the super chat, Corthel Jones. Yo, wake up and hit the like button. You guys think I should get there's so many streamers that use text to voice for their streams. What do you guys think about that? It would make it a little easier on me because then I wouldn't have to read everybody's messages, and then people would be able to, you know, highlight messages, of course. And also that makes for really good, I mean, I really actually enjoy the Pirate Software shorts that, you know, are based off of somebody saying something in a text to speech message. I don't know. I was thinking about it. Seems like a lot of bigger streamers use that. You know, obviously I would use it my way. I wouldn't copy what he's doing exactly. I'd do my version of it. But anyway, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm sure that Killer Rain could help me figure that out. I hit one like button. Did you mean that one? Yes, that one. We do have 36 likes with 411 viewers, which is pretty good, and I appreciate that. No, don't do it. You don't like it? Judas Blanco. Asleep? Huh? What? You hate those things? What if they're only for like super chats? What if they're only for like big boy like gifting? What if I what if how about this? If you hate it, what if the only way for me to not use it is a super chat? Maybe that's the way to go. It would be awesome if you could do that in Ada's voice. That would be awesome. I mean, we're getting to the point, guys, where, you know, in the next year or two, AI voice will be literally indistinguishable. It's already pretty close. Now, I think the TTS that we're used to is sort of purposefully not human. But I mean, there's some AI voice out there that it's really hard to tell. No, I know, I was kidding. Too mercenary. I know, I was kidding. But yeah, we're gonna have AI voice that, you know, I mean, I could, you know, I probably could do it now, right? Except for maybe IP reasons, you know, my you know, text to speech. It's text to speech, right? Yeah, not text to voice. It's text to speech. Could be freaking Yoda, or, you know, Ron Burgundy or something. I prefer voice snippets from voice chats. Yeah. Well, it's just that voice becomes the voice of the listener. Obviously, I still have my voice, but that becomes the voice, not the listener, the viewer. I think that's why it works in my mind, because I can easily distinguish that, you know, that is somebody who is, that's representing the viewer. Yeah, Ada's voice would be the best option. I mean, if Coffee Stain could, like, how awesome would it be if they released an Ada AI voice? But I do actually try to, when I'm reading somebody's chat, I think I have a subtle, I try to have a subtle difference in the way I'm reading the chat. I definitely read it faster, and I try to have a different tone, that it's, if not explicitly clear when I'm reading somebody reading a chat message, it's maybe, you know, implicitly understood. That, oh my god, that's so much better. I'm so much happier with that. All right, let's do the next one. We're 1/3 of the way done. Oddly enough, I'd asked Minikin about it. I'd want a younger opinion. She told me, I asked her, you know those subtitles in a short where the words come up? DaVinci Resolve just, well, I don't know how long they've had it, but I just found out, they probably had it for a while, had I mean, it's a stretch to call it an AI, but basically a feature that would translate dialogue and put it into the correct format for titles, and basically do that YouTube subtitling words on the screen at the exact timing of the conversation, and all done automatically. And I was like, because I had planned on doing that, and I actually forgot in the most recent short that I put out a couple days ago. And then I was asking her, and I was like, well, do you think that's important? Have I hit the Strucker limit already? 404 not found error on Twitch. So I'll answer that question in a second. That's a longer answer. The short answer is no. I will tell you the long answer in a second. So I'm asking her, do you think we should put the subtitles in? And she's like, absolutely. She says, I don't watch any YouTube shorts if they don't have a subtitle, if they don't have the words on the screen. And I said, well, why is that? She says, because I watch them muted. If there's no words, then I don't. She goes, I just mute it, everything. Everything's muted when I watch YouTube shorts. I don't listen to the music. I don't listen to anything. I just read it. And I skip it if it doesn't have the words. And I'm like, oh, dang. And, you know, I've actually heard that, but I didn't really take it seriously until my daughter said it. I was like, okay, that makes sense, and we're definitely doing this. Oh, that's wrong. There we go. No, she knows it's all fun. They need to sell Ada voice pack for navigation systems. I don't want to hear Google Maps voice when I try to drive somewhere. Now that's something I muted years ago. Unless we can have some, like, you know, sexy voice, you know, telling me where to turn. Probably not family friendly, though. Imagine, like, I get on the phone with my, you know, on speakerphone with my mom and turn right at the light. It's like, what is that? That doesn't sound like your wife. That's nothing. It's fine. Client calls me. Google Maps with ADA SAS would be perfect. Yeah, it would be. Make a U-turn, but only if you value kittens and puppies. Okay, so the global, the object limit, right? So here's the deal. I hit the object limit in my Star Wars save. And when I did that, that was update 8. When I did that, I changed the engine, the dot engine, to get around the object limit. And basically, I'd never changed it back when I started 1.0. So when I hit the object limit, and I will have no idea. Having said all that, I do know that Corathal, one of the channel members on YouTube, who is also here listening, loaded up my save on his, this current save on his computer. and he did not have that option set, and he loaded it up without crashing. So it currently is not, but when it happens, I actually won't know about it. I hadn't thought about that, but it proves my point. Get a younger opinion. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, the short that I did with my that I made with my daughter for this right before I started the stream, it has several things in there that she wanted, that she changed, and I'd actually encourage, if you guys like YouTube Shorts, if you want to give that one a watch and hit me with an opinion on you know, if you think it was good. Ow! Banged my knee on my desk. Devs definitely will know how to sell the limit off. Yeah. And that was after the pyramid construction. Right, so that was after the pyramid construction, but before the United Tower that we're working on. But I actually don't think there's that many objects in this new tower. At least not yet. Ooh, is this the one I missed? Is this somebody was saying I missed one a while back? I think we found it, boys. Mystery solved. That is an entire wall off. Boop. 2 wrong placements. Warning, wrong placement. I'm worried this is a bigger problem. I have an idea. I think I know what's wrong. Did I miss the notch? Yep. The wall is wrong. There needs to be no space here. You see this? The whole damn wall is wrong. That's why it's wrong. Well, it's a... Yeah, this is why it's wrong. I didn't do that. No. Why are you doing that? Why did I went forward and you went left? That's what I didn't do. That's wrong. That caused this to be wrong. Come on, get in there. I don't care what you smell. You piece of stupid Wookie. That's why one was fat and one was thick. Delete this. Probably wrong anyway. All right, yeah, I was worried about that. That means that this is off. We have to rebuild this. That's fine. I would rather find it now than later. We need to put the template back on. Where are you, template? There you are. Template goes here. Then you go. And here you go. There. There may be something else happening as well. I think I see some other funk. But we are getting to the bottom of problems. One problem at a time. Look at the wall you shifted. Yeah. I mean, this looks better. I think this all looks correct. Don't we think? Are you not entertained? Parse Pro. Best delete the building and start over. You're right. You know, I was really trying to put it off. You're right. We're gonna delete the whole building and we're gonna start over. It's the only way to fix this. I stopped to drink some whiskey. I don't see, at this point, I don't see any current issues. If I'm seeing, if they're here, I'm not seeing them. Yeah, I know the delay is rough. Eye in the sky. You do so much. Don't take this in a negative way because it's usually said negatively. You do so much backseating that you actually probably would do better on Twitch than YouTube, to be honest, or at least be able to quick switch over to it in case to get my attention and for us to have a conversation. You know, the delay between YouTube and Twitch is shocking. Front face on the left. Okay, the front face on the left. You think there's a problem still? Oh, you mean the other side? Do you mean this side is messed up now? Oh, you mean this side is messed up. Got you. Yes, yes, yes. Makes total sense. Sorry. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Did I do the right one? I did. I did. Hold on. Not at the bottom, not at the bottom. There. And there. True, yeah, on Twitch you can't pause and rewind. That's another advantage that watching YouTube lives has. Yeah, was that the only one you were thinking? Yeah, okay, we're good. God, this thing. I still can't believe that no curved pieces are used to make this. It just blows my mind. Amtep Gaming looks impressive. Thank you. We're putting the edges on here. We're filling these gaps right now. Did I finish doing all of these? like I did. Oh, there's the reflection from the purple again. Look at that. from the purple lighting there. God, I love Lumen. Okay, so let's drop down to the bottom. There's we got one little truck working. He's gonna have a lot of friends soon. Oh, we're up to 450 viewers. Uh-oh. Wow. I hit that window ledge. We're up to 450 live viewers on the YouTube. And 36 on Twitch. But, you know, every Twitch viewer, as you well know, is worth at least 5 YouTube viewers, right, guys? I mean, you know, I know you don't want to say anything, but you know, that's just the truth. Okay, we did this one. That's why I decided to use YouTube over Twitch. The rewind in the VOD is key. I missed the location of a Hyper launcher tonight, but rewound and found it. Dude, Korthal, I stayed there and talked forever with you being able to see that location specifically in mind. That is so funny. All right, so we've already placed these, but I'm having to move them because it wasn't good enough. See the difference? Kind of floating, and those are jutting out versus sitting in there perfectly. And then luckily we didn't place a lot of those. So I'm basically just deleting and placing them in a different way than I did the first time. Parse bro, sometimes Twitch viewers are worth even 10 YouTube viewers, I would say, totally impartially. Last time we had a battle, the YouTubers fell in great swaths. It's because Twitch has more bots. It's true. Well, Twitch may have more bots, but I think that YouTube may have more sleepers. Yes, true. That was my theory while we were talking on Discord. Cool to see that it really is just an optical effect that creates curvature. Yeah, there's yes, yeah, and I suspected that too. And we talked about this, right? I'm gonna bring this up again because I think this video is so important to what we're doing. I'm just gonna pull this up. This video right here, by the way, if you're into engineering at all and you don't know practical engineering, the YouTube channel, you must watch it. So this is a video, I'm gonna keep it muted, that is discussing how cooling towers work in nuclear plants and why they're shaped the way they're shaped, and all of the math and the physics and the structural strength and everything that goes into making that. But the thing that stood out to me is that these curving monstrosities, right here, these can be made with all straight pieces, and he talks about that, and the mathematicians call it a hyperboloid. Okay, and so here's how he makes a hyperboloid. And the cool part about it is that look at all these rods are all straight. He says you can actually make one yourself pretty easily, put some sticks evenly, and you twist. Like, it's awesome, right? And obviously there's curvature. It's like net curvature with individual straight pieces. And the twist, actually the fact that it can be made from straight lines makes these easier to construct. But that's not the only reason it's built this way. After all, the cylinder has straight lines too. Yeah, so it's just really interesting. And when I was thinking about doing this structure, I was like, you know, this definitely has curvature, you know, but you know, how do I get curvature with straight pieces? And so I was watching that video, and then, you know, it's amazing to see it happening. Like, look at that shit. That is made with all straight pieces. It blows my mind. No worries, Korthal. Hyper launcher, so I missed something interesting. Korthal, can you say to which time I have to go? No, he's just talking about the man cannon from the pyramid to the city. Korthal, I know engineering and I avoid it like the plague since retirement. Or as Deadpool said, not to brag, but I don't read. Good old Satisfactory, giving you into videos about the construction side of nuclear power plants for no reason. I know, bro. I'm just over here trying to build a factory, like an actual factory, apparently. So yeah, I love this stuff, and the question that I get asked most often in my channels, besides "Are you single?" is, "Am I an engineer for in real life?" And you know, I guess you can only get asked that so much before you realize you have to stop lying about being single. I mean, before you realize that you kind of wished that you had stuck with engineering in college, because I feel like I probably could have done a good job. I'm probably better. I probably could have been better than many engineers that did stick it out instead of you know, roaching out and graduating with an economics degree instead. Actually, my daughter was telling me that the high school that she's going to, which of course is the same high school I went to, a very good high school, way above average, not like the best. It's not gonna like make the national news or anything, but it's a very good high school in our area. She was telling me that her friend was taking AP computer science, and I told her, I said I really wanted to learn programming in high school, and I said if that high school, I almost said the high school, if that high school offered AP science, AP computer science when I was attending, I said we would probably be living in a much nicer house. And we'd be going on vacations twice a year. Instead, your dumb dad gave up, and because he thought he was already too far behind when he got to college, and got an economics degree instead. It was pretty funny. Economics is economy engineering. No, it's true, but there's and I enjoy having this knowledge. I think it's important knowledge, and I have gotten use out of it, but it is more difficult to get a nice high-paying job with a degree like economics, which is a little bit more general than something specific like, you know, mechanical engineering or civil engineering would have been, or computer science or computer engineering. Only a few are talented. Do you have an OnlyFans? Yeah. I do have my link to OF. I do. It's called Only Factories. That's my link. Only Factories. Your portal to the sexiest, most curvy factories that on the internet. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at the hips on this. Only Factories. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that beauty. I'm I'm calling bullshit on the "Are you single?" Yeah, it's true. They don't ask me. They know. Do you have an OnlyFans? Trust me, most engineers suck. Yeah, only if you are talented. So AP computer science didn't exist when I went to school. Yeah, me neither. I didn't even want an AP one. I just wanted a regular one. That just teach me how to code. Jag, it's sad to say they were still teaching data key punch when I went to high school. So that's where when my dad went to high school. So are you in your 60s, Jag? This honestly makes me more exciting than the other OF. Do these sexy factories get your smelters pumping? You just hit 60? Yeah. Yeah, my dad's a little bit older. Does this there we go. That's where we left off. When I made my only factories joke. Yeah, do these there's so many I could go with. Turn your limestone to concrete, you know, smelt your ore to steel rods. Like I could just there's a lot to pick from, so I'm just gonna let it go, and you can backfill as needed. Yeah, only factories. I know. That should be my brand. That should have been my brand this whole time. Check out my only factories account. Free for 2 weeks. you almost woke up your wife with a laugh. Kin's factory stacks. Yeah. Ooh, that looks. Is that funky? No, I think we're okay. I have never had a woman ask me if I'm single. You know, there's like these online kind of like posts about like how most men never get complimented, and kind of, you know, the fact that, you know, men think about a compliment they received like for 10 years, like a genuine compliment, like a spontaneous, like they're so rare that like we think about them for like 10-20 years. I have 3 my entire life. Like on my that aren't related to like work ethic, and like that is, let's see, what's the best way to say this, based on a characteristic of mine that is not under my control. Well, that's not even accurate either, because, you know, I've been, you know, mostly like how I look, I guess. How I look, and or maybe I got a couple legitimate compliments on my singing a couple times that I remember. But you know what I mean? Not based on like, oh, you did a good job. I don't mean like that, or like or even like, you know, studying or something, or doing good in sports, but I mean like basically like looks, you know? I can literally count them on one hand from my entire life. So that was my joke with the asking, are you single? Nobody's ever asked that. Not one time. Because they knew the answer was yes. What did you walk into? You walked into me launching my Only Factories site, Mikey. And Mikey, thank you for the resub. I saw that while I was talking mad shit. How far back was that? Oh, not too far back. I have a question. Why is it called a building when it's already built? Good question, Mikey. Very good question. Why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways? Your boundaries are going off. Yeah. we could take this analogy way too far. It extracts your resource well. It's your 25th. Finished your 25th. Finished your 25th what? Is that birthday? Hence the mega viral tweet. Man, remember the one time he got commented 10 years ago. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. That's the one I was thinking of, 100%. And it goes viral because it's so true. And I think that there's people that don't realize that. And it matters what you say. You know, I guarantee you that the 3 or 4 that I can think of off the top of my head, the person that said them, it was just very casual, and they didn't think about it the next day. And I've been like, you know, thinking about it for 10, 20 years. It's kind of, you know, it's just interesting. And it's just a reminder that what we say matters, and not to be careless, I guess. Wrong. Mini. Okay, I'll go down. I'll finish this line, and then I'll do a double check, okay? Making too many jokes eye in the sky to be able to keep an eye on your warnings. All right. What do you think I'm here to do? Build factories? I'm here to build factories and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of factories. Okay, intermittent explanation. I'm not good looking, not ugly, just average, and that is 100% true. I still remember that one time. Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's not like people cross the street when they, you know, when they see me walking towards them on, you know, on the same side of the street. Like, you know, but like still. Somebody said I had a nice smile in high school. I'll just list them. Somebody said, so we used to sing rock band. One of my buddies who's still a good friend, we would do rock band a lot. My favorite song to sing was Say It Ain't So by Weezer. And we used to, I mean, we played it like every night for like a year probably. And years later, he mentioned to me, he said, hey, he goes, I had never heard the actual Say It Ain't So song, but I heard it on the radio. And he goes, when I heard it on the radio, I was disappointed. And I go, well, why? And he said, they didn't sing it as well as you did. I was used to the way that you sang it. Like, I know he was just like, that was like a super casual thing, but I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. You know? That's all I can remember right now. Literally 2. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got for you. Yeah. My mom doesn't count. I wasn't counting my mom. I know my mom doesn't count. I know the rules to this game. I should have specified. I was actually going to specify. And it wasn't my mom, but we didn't get there. We live in scarcity. Hey, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. And you know, I've actually, these are conversations I've actually talked about with my daughter, and there's other stuff too, right? There's like it's my job to work. and my wife works too, like, obviously. Oh, we're gonna do a check. I'm gonna check. The way that our division of labor has worked out, my wife and I, is that my mom says I'm cool. Let's see, you know, many people care about the server. You see red players in the towns. Man, he's not old kin. Wait, hold on. Okay. Just kidding. Oh, wait. When the hell did you sing the Piano Man? Oh, I completely missed it. Oh, that's your problem. Many BPs below. All right, let's start checking. Are we all caught up on chat? Okay, this kid is very good at focusing on people he's talking to. That's not a common trait. He's very good at focusing on people he's talking to. Oh, meaning like talking in person? Yeah, Korthal and I, we did, is that it? That's it, found it. We're able to go out to dinner. We got some barbecue. I am pretty good with people in person. But yeah, so divisional labor, right? So my basically it boils down to this. I make the money come in, my wife keeps the money from leaving. It's really that simple, you know? And so, you know, I am the, did I already do this one? I think I already did this one. So I think I have one more to do, you guys. I am the primary, you know, breadwinner or whatever, because, you know, my wife wanted to raise our kids, and my kids are homeschooled except for the oldest, and because we couldn't teach her what she needed anymore, and that's been our priority. It's been our priority, and we talked about that before we got married. That was always the plan. And you know, and there are many relationships that are like that. Not all of them, but there are. And that's one of the things that, you know, let's see. I think did I do all these? Are we done? Did I do all 4 while I was talking? There's a lot of pressure that comes with that, you know, and it's hard for people that don't understand, you know, like if I don't go to work, like none of this works, you know what I mean? And it's a huge commitment, and you can't just, I think we're done, you guys, with that project. And that's why I joke about, like, you know, it's like, this channel is my midlife crisis, you know, because there are things that I would have liked to have done that I didn't do, and I'm 40, and I mean, there's so many like middle-aged to older you know, people, men and women, that probably feel like me, because I know the age groups of the people that watch my channel. And, you know, I think it's very relatable when you kind of wake up and you're like, well, the choices have been made. You know, the hand, it is what it is. And I'm playing this out because there's no other option, right? And you can feel trapped sometimes, and it depends on how good that hand played out for you sometimes, right? And all that stuff. And, there's not a lot of, I'm just checking this, guys. I'm making sure that I hit all these. There's not a lot of patience if you are in that position like I am and you complain, or if you wish things were different, or, you know what I mean? There's just not a lot of patience for that. And, you know, it could be a lot of pressure. And it's not something people ever talk about, you know? So anyway, I just find it interesting. You know, as we were talking about, you know, not getting complimented very much. Yeah, I think I already checked that one. It's also the same thing happens about not being patient with certain frustrations in life, you know? So anyway, but having said that, I'm talking to people all over the world and cultures are very different. So what may be true for me isn't necessarily true for somebody in Australia or somebody in Germany or whatever, or the Netherlands or Finland that is probably listening to me. So anyway, so thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let me catch up on chat a second, and we have to pick our next project. Let's do some nice sky. Ooh, yes. That's a sexy shot for my OnlyFans, or Only Factories. All right, let's catch up. Yeah, man, I remember the exact words of compliment I got 18 years ago, including where it happened and what that person wore. Yeah, basically. Okay, entered mid-explanation. Yeah, okay, caught that. Not good looking, not ugly. Thank you for the follow, Blood Axe on Twitch. Your mom doesn't count. Yeah. We live in scarcity. That tower is gorgeous, by the way. Thank you. Very gorgeous. Horsey Mart is lurking. But he didn't put the exclamation point. Haha, same for me. Making videos gives me almost zero money, but if not, I'd go cuckoo. Luckily, I do make a little money. Not a lot, but little. I live in California, so my a little, maybe you're a lot. I get you. I can't tell you what a relief being retired is. Yeah, I bet, man. I bet. All right, last bit of whiskey for the night. Are all the bottom covers on also in already? I think they are. Honestly, I get you. The 40s is the worst time career-wise. It's so hard to sort priorities out. Yeah, you know, I was talking to my dad and I mentioned that I feel like this YouTube channel that I have right now may be my last real opportunity to build a business for myself. Like, I don't think that that's true factually, but I kind of think that, like, deep down. You know what I mean? Plus, there's a lot of things I could do that I don't want to do. Like, I could open up a barbecue restaurant. F that, dude. I don't want to work that hard. I'd have to lose weight. Oh, I want to sit here and drink whiskey and talk to strangers on the internet and sell my Only Factories pictures. Yeah, that was quick. Well, time flies when you're listening to somebody talk about bullshit. Okay, so I need to make a new blueprint. It's very simple. It needs to fit here and cover this hole. And I think I can do that relatively fast, and then we'll bang in all of those. How's my time? I got a little bit more time. I don't have to leave quite yet. Tomorrow is Easter Sunday, and I did make promises to my father about where I would be and when I would be there and how awake I would be when I arrived. I meant those when I said them, but that was past kin making those promises, not present kin. Have I named this beauty yet? Well, this is named, this is an attempt to make this, and this is the United Tower. So that's what I'm gonna call it. I am not putting these in. He's a little fatter and he's a little shorter. I've got the chode version of this United Tower, but you know, he's mine, and it should work just fine. The curves are all there. They're all in the right places. They get the job done, despite the fact that he's maybe a little shorter than he would like to be. Sending a link to my Only Factories now. Let's go ahead and do the Which one? This? No, not this one. Let's do this one. All right, we're gonna name this United Tower End Cap. 8-meter wall triangle or end cap with beam. And then let's select this. It's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, tilted corner wall. That's what we need. And then that is set correctly. Okay, blueprint saved. MTEP Gaming. Dude, I was looking for that joke. I was circling around that joke. I couldn't come up with it. Oh my God, that's funny. MTEP Gaming, the real money in only factories is feed picks. I never trust a non-fat barbecue joint owner. Parse Bro, here's the thing. When I say that I need to lose weight, it means that I need to lose weight, a portion of my weight, so that I'm just a normal sized fat guy and not like, how does that guy get out of bed in the morning size fat guy. I make jokes. I'm not like, you know, 600-pound life. I can go to work. I can mow my backyard. But I'm not going to be on my feet all day working in a restaurant. I can tell you that. I do some days I do well, some weeks I do better than others. I do actually need to get back to my daily walking, and we got to figure this out. And let's shed some light back on the situation here. The Battle of the Bulge never ends. All right, that works. You know, these online strangers become friends over the years, just saying. Yeah. The people in the geography, Germany, yeah. The ballless chode, aka the United Tower. Yeah. So I was a how do you get out of the bed fat guy. Now I'm just a fat guy. Right. True, today is already Easter Sunday and we sit here with you. Well, in half an hour would be midday here. Yeah, well, it's 2:42 a.m. and I need to be at a certain place, looking a certain way, being a certain amount of awake at a certain time. But again, that is tomorrow's problem. All right, so let's, and I'm gonna ignore the fact that tomorrow is today. Ooh, I just need to know. How do we even, you're not even gonna let me snap? Wow. That is kind of a pain. I mean, it's basically right through the middle. Ah, that's so funny. The real money is in feed picks. I mean, it let me snap here. We're just gonna give this a try. All right, let's see what we can do here. Man, this is going to be difficult to place. Because it as soon as I made it, okay. It's not going to lock anymore. Well, shit. That was really difficult to do. But it looks so good. Okay, what's another option that we could do? Another option would be... Can't even place that one there. I'd have to build a foundation to place that one there. And that looks really good. So you're approaching that 6-hour goal. How long have I been streaming? 5:40. It's true. I did say I had a 6-hour goal today. One of my favorite songs, "Tomorrow Comes Today." Grandma always said a self-invitation to a girl counts as a date, especially if there's cake. Really need to buy a bigger screen so I can place the key so I can watch streams while I cook. I want to make a tiramisu so no one can get annoyed. I self-invited. Nice. Oh, sorry, you guys are talking about, I missed context. An average Sunday, copium, nice. But for tomorrow, I self-invited to a friend. She didn't say no, so hey, I'll bring the cake. Nice. I think my daughter, Minnie Kin, is making a carrot cake. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Okay. All right, I think I can do this. I just have to count. I have to count my taps. All right, here's the deal I will make, you guys. I do have to start wrapping this up, but I want to put in all of these and we can continue our conversation, keep chatting. We just passed 500 concurrent viewers on YouTube. Thank you very much for being here. And then after that, I will acquiesce to the promises that were made to those that I call my parents, and about where I promised to be on this family holiday. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. All right, we got to count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4.5 towards me. I guess it depends on where I click, right? What if I do right on the corner? 1, 1, 2.5. I'm gonna get this down. I'm gonna get it right on the corner. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why this is so hard. Okay, so 4 towards me. If I place on the corner, 4.5 towards me. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it was 3.5. I want to be able to get so I can mindlessly do this so I can talk. 1, 2, 3.5. Okay, 4 forward and 3.5 back. Okay, I might have it. I was doing half nudges there. I messed it up. Ah. 1, 2, 3 and half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gotcha. Okay, I think I may have this. Okay. Oh, she said no to the carrot cake. It's news to me. Radu, hi, happy Easter to everyone. Yeah, definitely. 1, 2, 3.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nice. Is sounding like a super daughter. Hey, if I have to, you know, be somewhere in the morning, for my dad, then my daughter should make me a carrot cake for her dad, right? Isn't that how this works? She makes a damn good carrot cake, by the way. She has started to get paid to bake cakes for the people that I know, like people in our lives. She's getting $40 a cake. Absolutely ridiculous. Inflation, am I right? Come on. Okay, there we go. We got picked up for the next one. Uh-oh, that's not gonna work. $14-year-old making $80 for making 2 cakes. It's a lot of money. It's a friend of the family, and she's my daughter made a cake for her birthday, and now that friend doesn't want to buy, you know, any cakes or anything from like the store, because it's not nearly as good as what my daughter made. So, and she's like, well, I would probably pay, she wouldn't pay $40. That's expensive. But maybe like for like a really like custom baker or something like that. Oh, come on. And we're talking like not easy cakes either, like German chocolate, carrot, and they're made from scratch, obviously. I think this is the corner. Damn it. I think this is the corner that I didn't add the extra power supply to. I did it for the other three corners, and it's biting me in the ass right now. Where is power? I mean, I certainly wouldn't pay $40 for a cake. And so now, since she's getting paid to make cakes, She got an attitude about making a cake for the family. She doesn't at all. The big thing is she's just attention to detail. And she's also made, you know, like adjustments to recipes, you know. And she's got her little recipe book, and she's very good at it, and she enjoys it. There we go. Three and a half and pointed towards me is the name of my sex tape. Yeah. I love that running joke in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I'm trying to read chat while doing this actually somewhat complicated little maneuver. You know, counting, very complicated, really hard to do. All right, we're 25% of the way done with this job. As a 14-year-old, sorry, then yes, it's not bad. Yeah. Plus, she's using my ingredients. I think she needs to pay costs. She needs to pay costs for the cake. Yeah, St. Louis is just this, you know, random shitty town in the middle of America that everybody flies over when traveling coast to coast. Right, Korthal? I'm kidding, by the way. But I'm also not. What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you embarrassing me in front of my friends? A lot of Germans moved there in the 1900s. Yeah, Texas too. Texas has a lot of Germans. The Midwest in general has lots of Germans. Gotta do 4 if I place it there. 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and half. Yeah, it's 4.5. I'm having a hard time getting it on the corner. So I have to do, I was doing 3.5 from the corner, but I'll just do 4.5. From that easier spot to place it. Sorry if you guys can hear really annoying clicking while I'm talking. Hopefully the noise suppression that I have built into the microphone is at least limiting it. Arg too close? Yeah. At least St. Louis isn't that startup Kansas City. Hey, you know the only thing worse than Kansas City, Missouri? Kansas City, Kansas. Hey, Omega Vixens, how's it going? Oh, and Kansas City doesn't really know how to do barbecue. You say that, and those would be fighting words to anybody from Kansas City. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I don't really have a dog in that race. Yep. I say some distribution maps of historic German immigration and principal Germans are everywhere. Well, it's true. I will say there is I believe it was a German dish. There's an entire Texas like food that what's it called? Maybe it's Polish. Kolschki. Hold on. I hate giving out half right information. I have to look it up and at least get it more than half right. Where's my, here it is. Texas pastry, Texas pastries. Oh, it's Czech, a kolache. Sorry, it's Czech, it's not German. Kolaches, a Czech pastry with a sweet and savory filling. Basically, it's kind of it's a Texas thing, but obviously it came from, as much food did in America, somewhere else. Hey kids, it's going. A night of zero sleep, it seems, for me though. Oh, that's sorry to hear that. I sometimes have nights of zero sleep, but those are done voluntarily, and so not the same. Kolache. I only know about that because of the YouTuber Ethan. That's such a good video. You find a very close connection between Missouri and Bavaria. I really enjoyed when I was in Bavaria. I enjoyed it a lot. I would like to go back there. Kolaches. All right, we're halfway done with that task. It actually goes really fast. Kolaches. Is or ease? Probably is. Kolaches, yeah. I like how you were so incensed, Korthal, that you said, "Oh my God, it's pronounced kolaches." You couldn't even type. You were so incensed. F 530 viewers on YouTube and 45 on Twitch. Kolaches. Achis. Yeah, pig in a blanket on steroids. I've actually been to the Czech Republic too. I did not have any kolaches there. Sounds like a dairy product made from an Australian marsupial. Wall cheese. Wall of cheese. You've been schooled? Yeah, by your wife. Why is she Czech? I really wanted to come to the US even simply to annoy Ken until he wants to run me over with a truck or whatever. No, if you came over, we'd get some barbecue so I could blow your European mind on American barbecue. California has really good food too. It's just not barbecue. I haven't fired up my smoker. A new smoker this week. And I won't be able to this weekend. But I'll make something next weekend. I gotta get my skills up. I'm tempted to make something on the pellet smoker, but I think I'll just be disappointed. I gotta get my. If we're gonna barbecue, we gotta use the. I want to use the new one. Thank God it's Dune here. Time for your first Easter beer. All right, we only have one more to do after this. Basically, this beast came together in 2 days. Now we'll be doing lighting. I'm not going to be doing lighting tonight, so we still have lighting to do, and that's really what's going to set this off. There's also a couple of smaller structural things that I want to do too, but they're going to be really similar to this thing that I'm doing now, just kind of like a little tiny fix. So not a big deal though, right? This came together much faster than the shard. That shard was a genuine nightmare. You're not that big of a meat person? Well, that's only because you haven't had American barbecue. Right. Yeah. I made that joke before I finished reading your message, and you made the same joke. Maybe you wouldn't enjoy it. No, but no, we'd figure something out. We'd figure something out. All right. One more to go. We're 75% of the way done. 550 viewers on YouTube and 40 on Twitch. The YouTube has reigned supreme lately. We are all meat persons. AI is still a bit in the future. Not that we're not made out of meat, that we enjoy eating it, I think. Reminds me of what was the robot's name in is it HK-47? Doesn't he call everybody meat bags? In the Old Republic. Yeah. You meat bag. No. Well, I will say California, for all its problems, we know how to do veggies. Yeah, HK-47, yeah. Ooh, that's wrong. Took you a long time to do that quest the first time? Yeah. I never really played that game. I know though of that character and of the references because of other Star Wars games. I know, really riveting content here, right? We're watching a grown-ass man in the middle of the night cap corners on his only factories. Hey, if we want these, if you want those sexy curves, you got to put the work in, you know? These curves don't grow on trees. Oh, we're almost done. All right, so here's the plan, guys. We're wrapping it up here. This is the last task for the day. I am going to grab a picture and then we'll probably say goodbye for the evening. Now, I am going to be back. I probably Tuesday. I'm gonna start locking in the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday schedule that I discussed earlier today. I'm going to start logging that in, so much so I think I'm going to add it to my schedule on Discord. So I really believe that's where we're at. And then I'm going to give it a couple weeks, but I do believe that I'm going to institute Wildcard Wednesdays, where I play a game other than Satisfactory. And the first one that I'm not this week, but a couple of weeks. Is that right? Yeah, a couple of weeks. That's going to be schedule 1. I am going to play that on Wednesday nights. So we've gotten a lot done here in just 2 days. This entire structure came up in just 2 days. We do have to fix these holes, that's the last thing to fix here. God, I love that curve. Better not let my wife hear me say that. I'm thinking we put lights under here to cast a light down the wall. That was Sushi Cat's idea. But and maybe here as well. Probably here as well. I think we could sneak some light in here. So we're gonna start lighting this thing next. And we're gonna use this hole and this hole. And then we're also going to do some sort of outside lighting as well, just like we have here for far away highlights. So we're gonna do all of that stuff next time. And then I think I'll be back Tuesday night. So I'm gonna take 2 nights off. One of them being Easter Sunday, and I'm gonna get a lot of editing going. The shard looks amazing. Thanks. Yeah, now I have the shard right next to his fat friend. I have the slim and sleek shard that hangs out with his fat friend, kind of like me and a buddy that I used to have. So we're gonna get lights on that guy. Man, he is thick. He's a thick boy. He's a little thicker than I intended. I watched I think of Americans doing typical Russian offensive dishes. I get there. I love to, they can stand many. Yeah, Russian food wouldn't be on the top of my list. Hey, Pee-wee, how's it going? All right, so Tuesday night for sure. And then I think I will do next. My birthday is also coming up, by the way. My birthday is, of course, Star Wars Day. Let me see if I can get a calendar up. Which is May the 4th be with you. That is a Sunday, so I will turn 41 while I'm on stream on a Saturday night. How many weeks from now is that? That's 2 weeks from now. So yeah, I'll probably do schedule 1, I think. I don't know, I haven't 100% decided. I'm gonna think about it, but probably Wednesday the 30th, and I'm gonna start doing wildcard Wednesdays, so I can kind of change things up a bit. So Tuesdays, Thursdays, Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and I'm going to be doing a lot more editing and a lot more content for Satisfactory, but I'm going to do a little bit less streaming. The chart and the log, yeah, the twisted log. But yeah, that's the plan, and I think another couple of days on this we'll be able to start building the actual factory inside. I've got a plan with what to do with the truck entrances and exits. Man, that is a fat guy. Too late now. It's okay. We'll get the lights on him, and that'll slim him right up. We'll slim him right up. Yeah, I made him I fed him a little bit too much when he was young. But it's okay. Well, the weight got away from him. That's okay. That's all right. All right, so that's the plan, guys. I'll see you guys in a few nights. Expect some more, lots of shorts coming out of my channel, and maybe some other clips of the VODs, which isn't exactly aimed at you guys, the clips of the VODs, but the shorts. If you could watch those, if you see them, give them a like. Speaking of likes, we're finishing up here. I'll take a few. If you on YouTube, like on the VOD would be awesome. A sub if you want to keep an eye on what we're doing here and watch these get finished off. And yeah, Twitch, we're gonna find somebody to raid. I noticed last time that I'm gonna go ahead and raid now. Simrian, good morning from the UK, and good looking kin. Actually, we're gonna before I do that, sorry, I forgot to take my picture. Let's take our picture real quick. Oh shit. Can we get night but light on the other side? Oh my god. Oh my god. That made me feel something right there. Look at that. I definitely felt a little something. I felt it down in my, way down in my plums. No. There. Let's get toggle high res is on. We're gonna get our buddies together. I need to move over. I need to move. I need to square up that edge. Sorry, I'm being picky. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. All right, nice. All right, I'll just wait for the Aurora to get in a place that I like, and we'll snap it. Hi, bye. Yeah, I know. Sorry, guys. I'm stopping a little early tonight. I made some promises. I need to be somewhere tomorrow. So, a little bit greener on the sky there, and we'll snap our picture. YouTube chat is. Oh, that looks good. That's the boy. YouTube chat got bugged right here at the end. I missed some chat. Let me wrap up this chat and then we're gonna go. Yeah, May the 4th be with you. May the 4th, yes. I'm not a Taurus. I was born in May. Wild West Wednesday. Yeah. So folks, hit the like button. Yeah, I've heard that you can make it look smaller by planting some bushes around the Sorry, it took me. I had to finish reading that. Placenta burrito. I heard that you can make it look smaller by planting some bushes around the bottom of it. I don't want it to look shorter. I want it to look thinner. There's too much girth. God. All right. I'm all cut up on this degenerate chat. Let's save. And I will see you guys. You guys have a good Easter. I will see you guys in a couple of days. And I'll see you on Discord. Korthal, don't forget to remind me tomorrow, and I will add that link for you. I think it was a link. I have already forgotten. Okay, let's see who we can raid. Which we're raiding. I missed last night. A bunch of people had requested the average gamer. I didn't see that, and I rated somebody else. I want to see if he's there tonight. Oh, there we go. English. I don't see him. Any other requests? I'll try to check chat one last time before I choose a raider. I don't see any. I don't see him. Oh, that's why. It won't let me see the chat. That's why I always miss it. Okay, we're gonna hit up Spongelet. No, he's got a bunch. Let's hit up somebody new. Here's somebody new. I don't think I've ever rated them.
I hope that because I'm watching.
He's got an okay mic. All right, we're gonna try somebody new. We are raiding. Last check on YouTube. Lots of waves. All right. All right, guys. Raid in progress. And I'm shutting it down. See you guys in a couple nights, and I'll see you on Discord.